honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say.
All right, so make y'all go now.
Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Yes, family. Good afternoon, and welcome to Reason with Rattigan, with your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and of course, YouTube. Thanks to all of you for tuning in from urban, suburban, rural, and other communities. Jamaica, diaspora, Mars. Thanks to all the bar operators, the vendors, the commercial operations, haberdasheries, who are bringing and sharing this program through their speaker system with their communities. I didn't even know this. Somebody called me and told me about this a couple of days ago. Big up everybody in the chat room. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. And if you can... Okay. Let me repeat. Good afternoon, family, and welcome to Reason with Rattigan, with your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. And again, thanks to all of you for tuning in, from wherever you're tuning in. Thanks to all the bar operators, the vendors, haberdasheries, all the people bringing and sharing this program through their speaker system and their with their communities. I didn't even know about this, as I was saying. Somebody told me that there were several bars in rural communities where they were actually putting the speakers outside when Reason with Rattigan come on, so people can listen and tune in. And I'm encouraged by that. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. And if you can, please do it now. Well, let's start. Whole heap of things to talk about today. Whole heap. A few weeks ago, I talked to you, my family members, about the Access to Information Act of 2002, and I hope you're using it. I also told you about some of the challenges you'll face, but you have to be patient and persistent in getting what you want, because the government, it's not their, it's not in their heart, it's not in their nature to share stuff with you because they don't want you to know what they're doing. One issue I'm facing, I'm going to bring this out to you just to give you an idea of what you're likely to face and how you should deal with it. One issue is this. Most of you, I'm sure, remember the Minister Kamina Johnson Smith saga. It's been going on for over a year. It's not a 9-day wonder. And we're going to keep it that way until we get to the bottom of it, till we get the truth. And we're going to do this for a lot of people, a lot of politicians. You know, Minister Johnson Smith is not the only one. She's just the first that we're dealing with in this fashion. But this should be a warning signal to everyone, viewers and crooked, corrupt politicians and civil servants alike, that this will be the standard going forward. Now, on April 24th of this year, I filed under the same act, the same law that I just mentioned to you, and I've been talking to you about it for several weeks now, the Access to Information Act, where the government, except for certain exceptions, they have to give you information about their activities. Now, on April 24th of this year, I filed with them and I asked for several things regarding the minister's activities, vis-a-vis regarding the campaign for her bid to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. That was April 24th. On May 2nd, oh, by the way, they have 30 days to respond, to do one of several things. The one thing they must do is they must acknowledge receipt of your request within 30 days. And then they have 3 options within that 30-day period. 1, acknowledge receipt and provide you with the information. Or 2, acknowledge receipt and ask for an extension, another 30 days. Or 3, acknowledge receipt and don't give you the information because it's under one of the exceptions, so they can't share it with you. But they have to do that within 30 days. Now, keep in mind, April 24th, May 2nd, I got a response. And the response included a letter from the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Ambassador Sheila Seeley Monteith, and they acknowledge receipt. No response as far as the information I requested. So, on May 12th, I filed another request. And to date, I have not received a response. Now, this is way past 60 days. So some of you might be saying or asking, well, what's next? Is it a case where there are no consequences? They can just do whatever they want to do? No, people, no, family, no. You see, and I'll read you what I sent to them yesterday. There's a lady, every ministry, every agency has a point of contact for access to information requests. Every agency, every ministry. The contact over at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, her name is Noble, Miss Noble. She's not acting in a noble fashion, but it's fine. So I wrote to her yesterday. I said, "Dear Miss Noble, good afternoon. As you're aware, on April 24th, 2022, I requested information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade under the ATI Act. The statutory period, 30 days, within which to provide the information, deny the request, or extend the period by an additional 30 days, has expired with no response. Therefore, it appears that the information is being concealed from me. Kindly note that, if proven, your failure to act under the law is subject to a fine of $500,000 Jamaican dollars and or 6 months imprisonment. Please be guided accordingly. Regards, Rattigan." So Miss Noble, if you're watching, if you're listening, if your family members listening, I hope they share this with you. You are the point of contact. I don't care about the permanent secretary and the minister, because it appears as if they have something to hide. Because I'm digging, and I'm not going to stop digging. And this is not the only place I'm digging. I'm digging elsewhere, because the truth must not only be the truth, but the truth must also be told. The Jamaican people deserve to find out what happened in this situation. And if we let this slide, and we let something else slide, and we let something else slide, then that becomes the norm, where they don't provide you with the information. And so you have no argument. It's difficult at that point to say, well, we need information, when you haven't been asking for it, or you've asked for it and they didn't give it to you, and you allow them to just continue business as usual. No, 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 no. It's not going to happen. Not on our watch. So that's where we are with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the requested information concerning the activities of certain activities of the minister. We want to know, who did she talk to in her ministry? Did they tell her that she had to file all these things? We need to know. And the one thing, family members, if you haven't discovered it, if you haven't recognized it yet, the one thing that you're certain to recognize is that I'm persistent. I'm persistent. Me no give up. In fact, my FBI class, every class in the FBI, they have a motto, right? The motto, my class, 88-3, that was my class designation out of the academy. The motto was, lean into the wind. Lean into the wind. We not lean back and make the wind blow over. No, sir. No. Not my style, that. We never need the FBI to tell me that anyway. Because that's just my nature. Survival instincts. Lean into the wind. Don't lean back. Well, today I have two guests. One is Miss Anne-Marie Kaur, and the second is Professor John Lennon, whom visited us last week. He will be back because we have a lot to talk about. I also hope to be joined by our brethren and our resident intelligence analyst, Mr. Herb Nelson. You love him, you've requested him, he'll always be here. Please join the conversation via telephone or the chat rooms on the Reggae Global Radio platform or my YouTube channel, Reason with Rattigan. As a reminder, the phone number is 667-369-8569. It's right there on the screen. I'll repeat anyway, 667-369-8569. And the line will be open from 4:30 to 4:50, and that's New York time, 3:30 to 3:50 Jamaica time, and 9:30 to 9:50 UK time. That's the first period. The second period will be at 5:30 to 5:50 New York time, 4:30 to 4:50 Jamaica time, 10:30 to 10:50 UK time. And let me just say this. I'm an easygoing guy. And I'll allow the calls to come in, but we can't afford to have the calls disrupt the flow of the program and disrupt the train of thought for the particularly the guests, but all of us. And I've gotten some complaints where people have, rightly said, look, sometimes we're listening and there's a point to be made, and the point is just about to be completed, and then there's a phone call and you take the phone call, and it's not during that time period. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from and you respect the time period. So if you call outside of those time periods, I will not be able to answer the phone. However, once we go past this time period, then you can call in and then we can talk. All right. As a reminder, please don't forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight, midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with the Rebel. Tonight, like every Saturday night, will be special. Now, I have played smooth jazz, slow jams, a fusion of both, and reggae. But I've never played straight ahead jazz. Jazz that people think about, 50s, 60s, 70s, even now, but to a lesser extent than it used to be played before. Well, a dear family member Bunny Jump from out of Florida. Big up yourself, Sam. I know you watch the program. Asked me last week to incorporate some straight ahead jazz in my playlist. And I've decided to accede to his request. But I'm only going to play one, just one straight ahead jazz composition tonight. In fact, I'll open the show with it. Now, the song I'm going to open the show with is, by all accounts, the best jazz composition ever recorded. And it's on an album that has been designated as the best jazz album of all time. You've got to listen to this song because it's the only straight ahead jazz composition I'll play tonight. Play it at shortly after midnight, but you have to tune in. Almost all of tonight's program will be up-tempo, smooth jazz consisting of vocals and instrumentals. It's going to be snap and tap. Tap your feet and sing along. I guarantee you. So tune in for some fun and a memorable time. Make your plans and join me at midnight on Reggae Global Radio. Shout out time. Prayers and blessings for Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, big up on yourself, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Michelle, Ma Jean, Bonnie Jump, just mention him, Sassy Diva, Bob, and of course, Mrs. Nelson, Herb Nelson Jr.'s wife. Big shout out to all of you, my family, by blood, relations, and choice. All of we are family. And we regard every single person as being a brother, sister, mother, father, uncle, auntie, grandmother, grandfather, but relatives. And I've said it before, sometimes some of your best relatives are not your blood relatives. So we know that already. Big shout out to the Reggae Global family. Headmaster, Jonah Marie, the boss lady, and the rest of the crew. The Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rallington crew, Donovan and the Admiral, stay so, big up on yourself. And the crew of hardworking Jamaicans, including the JCF and JDF members, all of the maids, them calling the helpers, but we know it's a euphemistic term. Them really treating them like maids. The laborers and the people struggling to make ends meet. And in Jamaica, that's a significant number of you. And we cannot forget, we must never forget, the almost 2 million of you living in Jamaica who go to bed hungry or with a belly full of unhealthy food. It's a lot. It's a lot. God willing, the suffering will come to an end. It may seem long, but trust me, family, it won't be forever. Turning to updates. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. I know I've been getting calls, text messages, you name it, from people all over the world saying, when are we going to have this thing up and running? I have an update. I have been told that the foundation has been approved by the IRS for tax exempt status. I was told that a few days ago. I'm still waiting for the letter. I'm waiting for the letter to take it to the bank to establish the account. And I've also engaged with an auditor. Yeah, we're joined by Herb. Bless up yourself, Herb. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Blessings to you and your listeners and your esteemed guests.
They're not here yet. They'll join us pretty soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I just want to bring in. No, regarding the legal defense, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, I anticipate that the foundation work will be challenging, but speaking for and helping the poor is my passion. And as the saying goes, find a job you love and you'll never work another day in your life. And that's what I'm doing. This is not work for me. This is my passion. So all of you crooked politicians and public servants, I am serving notice that your days are numbered. Again, God willing, and with the assistance of the good people of Jamaica living within and outside Jamaica, justice will be served on the oppressors of our people. And that's what I call those crooked politicians and public servants, oppressors. I don't care what political stripe. If you're crooked, you're an oppressor. You are an oppressor. And our purpose is to make sure that you do not oppress our people any longer. A few more words about the foundation. It will not serve to decide issues between private individuals. So, for example, if you have a fight with your neighbor about boarded some kind of dispute having to do with animals or borders, or even an argument, and there is a battery and assault, we won't get involved in that. That's between two private parties. The foundation's primary purpose will be to address government corruption. And we will do it through lawsuits, through public relations campaigns, and investigations of individuals believed to be corrupt, past, present, and future. If you notice, I said past. We're not going to start once the foundation starts and say we're going forward. We are going to reach back. For example, all I want to collect the donations from donor agencies and donor countries. All I want to collect the loans that's supposed to go to poor people. We are going to leave a calling. We are going to deal with that. In fact, the kleptocracy statute, gotta work in our favor. Just this week, I took on the representation of someone in the US government. And that person knows everything about this kleptocracy stuff. Everything about it. And the SWIFT system and transfers and all that. So you can just imagine what up now. So again, let me repeat. We will be dealing with government corruption through lawsuits, through public relations campaigns. Public relations, you know what comes to mind when I say public relations campaigns? The beach issue, where we see all of these commercials with people who don't look like us enjoying our national treasures, our beaches. And somehow we have to stay behind the fence and look. Just think about that campaign, that commercial. Think about that. And we'll also be doing investigations. So when somebody comes to our attention, we will not hesitate in addressing, doing background investigation. I want to see the man who sit down next to me, Herb Nelson. That a theme bailiwick. And I'm passionate about it. I've seen his work product. I've seen how intense he is when it comes to doing stuff for people. He's highly capable. So, and of course, we know a little bit about investigation, not much, but just a little bit to help him, whenever he requests my help. And we have some other people. We have a lot of other people. We won't name no names right now who will be helping us. And that is what we will be doing. This initiative, this One Jamaica Foundation, Legal Defense Foundation, it will serve the interests of all Jamaicans, whether you are in Dubai or Dublin, whether you're in Montego or Mandeville, Rollington Town or Jonestown, right? It's for the poor and the disenfranchised. But Make no mistake, this initiative is also for the successful and the good intentioned people who believe that Jamaica needs an organic and credible organization to effectively and efficiently deal with government corruption. And those good intentioned people are the business sector and the elites, the PSOJ members and umbrella organizations. We now leave them out. Believe it or not, Cherry Gardens, Jackshill, Beverly Hills, they have residents there who believe that the government is failing, that the government is corrupt, and they would love to see a formidable force effect change for the betterment of all Jamaica. So it's not only poor people who want change, you have people on the hill, the gated communities who would love to see change, because even though they're not feeling the direct pangs of hunger and the day-to-day, use a big word now, vicissitudes. I learned that word from Mr. Grant at Meadowbrook, third form, meaning hardships, right? Even though they're not facing the vicissitudes, they still, as a Jamaican, they understand what's going on and they can identify with the problem, and they would love to see changes too. Because remember this, a rising tide lifts all ships. When Jamaica is doing well, everybody will be doing well. When only some people are doing well, that doesn't bode well for the country. For example, these same people, these Jackshill and Cherry Gardens and Beverly Hills and so on and so forth, they, like me, like Herb, like you, would like to see all Jamaicans enjoy all of our wonderful beaches. Not just the tourists. The tourists, by all means, yeah, they should come and enjoy it. But what about us? Our foreparents, our ancestors, they died. And it shouldn't be that they died in vain. I stand on the shoulders of these giants. And I'm going to make sure that their death was not in vain. Now, that issue, that beach issue, that's an issue that cuts across all strata of Jamaican society and political parties. Whether you're JLP or PNP, you will agree with me that we should have access to our beaches. You can't have 100 and some odd miles of beaches, and then the government only designate 8 or 10 miles. And the really nice ones, they're designated for private use by private owners or for the resorts. No, sir. Another issue that we can all agree on is crime. Another issue, education. Another issue, health services. Another issue, jobs. Another issue, housing. Another issue, agriculture and imports. Another issue, standard of living. Another issue, water and our environment. Another issue, energy. Another issue, our responsible treatment of the national debt. Another issue, roads and our infrastructure. Another issue, inflation and food prices. And another issue, and one of the most important issues, is the big C, corruption. But fear not. Help is in sight. And the wait for justice, equality, transparency, and good governance is almost over. Trust me on that. Now, some people have seized on material things and our culture and our beliefs to lure us to vote for them. They are not for the people, but they understand our cravings, desires, and culture, and they capitalize on it. They sing our songs, including religious songs, as campaign slogans, but they genuinely don't like those songs. And you will never hear those songs being sung in churches that are attended by the well-heeled and the rich people. They know we love those songs. They know the history and tradition behind those songs, but they do not subscribe to them except for political gain. And then, once they've gotten that political gain, those songs are forgotten, just like the people to whom these things are symbols of struggles and hopeful triumphs. Jamaica, I challenge you to be issue-driven and not partisan in the coming elections. I'm sending out an early message. Vote for candidates who have visited and helped you for the past years, including those whom you know have tried and failed in their valiant efforts to address your issues. If your MP did that, vote for that person to continue representing you. If your MP didn't, then it's time to take the money they have given you to vote for them and vote for somebody else. It's time for us to be conscious and mature about the power of our vote. I'll give you an example. I really thought about this. See this? With the camera thing. This, ladies and gentlemen, wait there. This, Clarks, chocolate brown Clarks. When I was growing up in Jamaica in the 70s, this was a status symbol as it is today. When you end up owning a pair of these, it meant that you had some money. It meant in some communities that you were a bad man. It meant that people had to respect you. This particular Clarks that I have in my hand, this was purchased in 1992 in Manhattan, and I still wear it. I wear it as a remembrance of where I came from. I don't wear this to get no political votes. Right? I'm going to show you something else. Now, this is another pair of Clarks. This Clarks is called, and some of you may know, it's called bank robber. Why? Because when you look on the back of it, you see a man with a bag, right? Like him a thief or whatever. And them used to call this the bank robber. Now, this pair of shoes, this shoe is almost 10 years old. I've never worn it. I have it as a reminder of where I came from. Know why? I used to live in a tenement yard at 6 Penwood Crescent, Waterhouse. Never had shoes to go to school. And there was a guy, him dead now, soul rest in peace, Wally Dread, who lived in the tenement yard, who had this shoe. He had other shoes as well. And what I would do, because I knew where he kept his key from one room, I would wait for him to go to work. He used to work at Water Commission. Those of you who know Wally Dread know him is a bad man from a long time. And him come to America, was a bad man too, and he ended up being killed in Brooklyn. But Wally was good to me, you know, and was good to the neighborhood too. And I used to wait for Wally to go to work, and then I'll take his key and take this pair of shoe here and wear go to school and try come back home before Wally got home. Because when you wear this, you know, them time in Jamaica, you know, you have sparks, you know, you have say one. And I would try and come back home before Wally. And one day Wally got home before me. Couldn't put the shoe back inside it. And him come and him knock on the back door. And he said to me, say, Ratty, you have my shoes? I'm going to say, yeah. And him say, give me my shoes. And give him the shoes. I'm say, why never ask me if you need a pair of shoes? I'm going to say, it just come out of my mouth. I said to him, say, well, the other shoes in where you have right, so I don't like them. I don't want them me like. And him just turn me and walk away. And I said to myself, you know what? Anytime I start making money, I go buy a bank robber. And I just want to keep it just as a reminder of where I come from. See the place behind me? It's that. And this is a reminder that never ever forget your beginnings. Never ever forget your people. Never ever forget the struggle. Never ever forget the sharing and the caring. Because Wally never argued with me again. In fact, he never argued with me at all. Him just take the shoes and that was it. And him offer me another pair of shoes, but not these shoes, but these are the one me did want. So just like the background, we don't forget people. And we don't do things for dramatics. And of course, I'm not a politician, so I'm not doing this for votes. So we just want the people to understand the passion and the love what we have for now and the things that we're planning to do. I learned a long time ago from a seasoned politician down in Jackson, Mississippi. Said to me, a white guy, said to me, he would rather, it's a long story, but I'll just abbreviate it. Said he would rather have 100 people, 100 black people, a white guy, and you know, all the South segregated. He would rather have 100 black people give him $1 each towards his campaign than one white guy on the other side of the tracks give him $100. I'm asking why, and he said, because that's 100 votes. Those people are invested in me. This guy was giving me $100. He's giving me $100, but he might end up giving my opponent $100 too. He's hedging his bet, and he can afford to. But when people invested, they will follow their investment. In Jamaica, the politicians use the money from the $100 people to try and level the playing field of voting by buying out the so-called $1 people who don't even have a dollar. So I want the so-called $1 people to recognize that they have the power and they should use it wisely. Name them out if them not work for you and vote for somebody who will help you. And the next person who represent you, make sure so them report every 3 months to you via town hall meetings and explain the progress of attending to the needs of the community. Remember that. Name them out if they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Don't take the money and vote for them. Oh, and by the way, we know so some of the politicians and then bring the ink and make you dip your finger in it and then pay because now them know say you can't go vote. We will be watching that. All of these little schemes. We will be watching those schemes and we're going to call them out. So we better come up with some new schemes. And it no matter because you know what, that train left the station already and the people them there on board. So when they not try the little schemes, people are going to tell you. It will be fairly evident. But enough said, our guest is here. Anne-Marie is here. But let me just say a few more things before I bring her on. I think she was trying to reach me to let me know she's here. I don't see that thing from her. But anyway, last week we talked about, this is other news we're talking about now. Last week we talked about the continuing escapee issue with prisoners being remanded. Oh, there she is. I'll join you soon. I'll have you join us soon, Anne-Marie. The continuing escapee issue with prisoners being remanded by the court system to the JCF instead of correctional services. Thus far, we haven't heard anything about the plans to rectify the situation. And again, this is just how they operate. Them no care. They're not responsive to the people's needs. Now, second issue, we have often heard that it's not the crime or the bad deed that's committed. It's the cover-up that will lead to destruction. And last week, Sunday, it was reported that 7 people contributed to Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's campaign to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. The fabric is beginning to unravel, and we're seeing the ugly side of a cover-up. Briefly, here's what happened. In December, I think it was, Minister Morgan, Minister of Information, went to Parliament and said, oh, I'm only going to give you 3 names because I suspect the other people don't want their names to be known, which means it can't be a government gift, because if it's a government gift, he has to release the names. So that's what he said. And through persistence and through PR and through this and through all these things, Fin Partners now, who filed last year, June, they did an amended filing in May of this year, almost a year. And what did they say? They said these 7 people contributed to the campaign. They also said the person, our principal, the person for whom all these monies came to us for, Kamina Johnson Smith. They didn't put a title. They put Kamina Johnson Smith. Minister Morgan said Grace Kennedy, Musson Group of Companies, and Keith Duncan. 3 names. When you look at the list provided by Fin Partners a month ago or so, Musson Group of Companies not on it. I don't know where he got that information from. And so when people say that he's the minister of misinformation, it's food for thought. I wouldn't go as far as declare him as such, but something is not right here. Plus, Fin Partners, they have a lot to answer for. And I've made it clear. I've made some contacts. I'm trying to get them to answer the questions totally and comprehensively about who paid what. Because the payment structure that they put there, it's unlikely that they received the payments in that fashion. In their June filing of last year, they said they received 3 payments. 1 in April, 1 in May, 1 in June, each payment for $33,000, a grand total of $99,000. Now they're saying they got 7 payments over 6 different periods, totaling $82,000. Something not right. So now go on in a John shop, and it's not a good look. And that's why we're here. We're going to find out what the hell is going on. And people, you see how something simple or seemingly simple can turn out to be, seemingly catastrophic. You see? She ran for the election and everybody said, no, nobody paid attention. Well, that's not true. Some people did. But by and large, people weren't paying attention. And then now, all of a sudden now, all these things start come up now. Who paid, when they paid, why? We don't even know why they paid. We don't even know why they paid. This woman should resign if she has any decency about her. For the sake of integrity, honesty, transparency, good governance, she should resign. But no, we have her on front page news. Like, for example, this week, we saw where she and the Minister of Finance received a gift from the Japanese government. I don't remember the exact sum, but it's money to purchase 33 vehicles and an ambulance. 33 cars, whatever, and an ambulance. And look, just think about it. First of all, just look at the picture. All of this is going to the JCF. And in the picture, we did not see the Minister of National Security, and we did not see the police commissioner. We didn't see them. We saw the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. What they should have done, simply is say to the Japanese government, listen, your country builds some of the best cars. What we'd like is, why don't your Japanese representatives, they live in Jamaica. They know the condition of the roads and all that stuff. Why don't you talk to Nissan or Toyota or Isuzu, one of those companies, and have them build vehicles to the Jamaican experience and specifications, like durable engines, stronger transmission, cooling system, suspension. That would have been the easy thing to do, to say, listen, you build cars, you build vehicles, so, and you know our needs, so build some vehicles that will manage the Jamaican roads, the Jamaican terrain, and the use. Build some vehicles and then give us that. Instead, them take the money. Now, you know what's going to happen. Or better yet, you know what is likely to happen. You know what is likely to happen? Right? But we are going to track and trace those funds. We're going to go back once we start the foundation and it's up and running. We're not going to just look at now and the future. We will, but not only. We will also look back and say, okay, what happened to the money that Japanese government gave them? Where are those vehicles? Who received the funding? Was the money spent appropriately? If the money wasn't spent appropriately, the person or persons who received those funds, them have bank account, them wire transfer of funds, how were they remunerated? Did they get paid for this kind of service? And where did they get the money from? Was it the government salary, or did they take money out of this as well? So somebody said that money is likely to disappear and no account will be given. The money is likely to disappear, but I'm not so sure that no account will be. Well, you're right. The money is likely to disappear and no account will be given, but we will hold them accountable. We will hold them accountable. And by the way, what happened to all of the vehicles that they bought during the first term? All the used vehicles. Where are those vehicles? You know, it's, but people, want to stay with me. Just stay with me. Because my goals, my motives are pure and noble. I don't want a red cent for doing what I'm doing. In fact, in the foundation, we made sure we put it in there that no salary will be paid to any of the board members. No salary. Because we don't want any appearance of impropriety. We don't want that. And we will be accountable to the donors. So this is it's a different time, it's a different day, it's a different group. And you know that those politicians are shaking in their boots right now, because I've heard from some of their minions that they're saying, oh, Maze Mobile, the number is on the screen, 667-369-8569. Yeah, man, megawatt. All when them resign, we're going to hold them accountable, because God willing, we're going to go back and look. And if we can get jurisdiction in America, that's the best thing, because we don't have to worry about Jamaica and the judiciary. We don't have to worry about them. I'm not saying that they're corrupt. What I'm saying is that at the very least, they're overworked. And we don't want cases languishing for years or decades. Speaking of which, when I hear about the let me grab it down. You hear about the letter from here it is. The letter from the DPP. If you didn't hear about it, let me tell you what happened. I'm looking for it right now. What happened is that 52 people, scammers, were acquitted. I think it's this week. And they were acquitted of all charges. Why? Here it is. Acquitted of all charges. because the prosecution offered no evidence. Prosecution offered no evidence. What I'll do is this. This is an interesting read, and I would love to go into it. But we have our guests here, and so what I'll do is I'll just reserve some time afterwards, and then we'll deal with this. Let's see who is here. Anne-Marie, are you there? Ah, there she is.
There I am.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time coming, but it's my fault because this young lady, I've known her for quite some time, and she's doing tremendous work. You know, we always talk about the negativity about Jamaica, you know, the crime, the this, the that, and we complain and this and that. But here's one person who is doing great work to put and keep Jamaica on the map, particularly the children. She is the founder and the president of a group called, what's it? Some God Rocks?
Yeah, God Rocks is our publishing company.
Okay.
And then, but Core Foundation is where we started.
Okay. Well, listen, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Miss Anne-Marie Core. Anne-Marie, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. And you have a worldwide audience, and they're just dying to hear from you because you're coming with something positive. You know what I mean? And you're talking about the children. So.
And I thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. It's a privilege. Thank you.
All right. The first question I'd like to ask you is this. Just tell us a little bit more, because most of these people, I suspect they don't know you. They've never heard of you and your organization. So please take the time and just give us an overview of who you are and what you're doing and your organization.
Okay. Thank you. Again, my name is Anne-Marie Core. I was born in Jamaica, in St. Anne. I lived there until pre-teens. I came to the U.S. and moved to Maryland, where I attended middle and high school and college. And I, after college, I started working in public health. That's what I did my graduate school work in, is international business and international public health. And in doing that work with the Office of Minority Health, the federal government, I had a chance to travel a lot to 61 countries.
Wow.
And in traveling, I saw common denominators among people who look like me, disparities. Didn't matter what continent I was on, I saw the same issues. And, then the HIV arena kicked in the 80s, the late 80s, 90s. And that's when my eyes reopened to my country, Jamaica, because I saw that so many of our children were infected or affected by the virus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where my work really started with Jamaica. And so in 2000, actually, January 2000, I started a foundation, the Core Foundation. Just got my family involved. I was like, you know, God has given us an opportunity to give back, and this is the ideal time. And so that's where that started. The Core Foundation, we started the work in Jamaica at that time, working with youth.
Okay. If you can do me a favor, if you can close the blinds behind you, I think the light is there, please.
Sure. Is that better?
No, it's too dark. Oh, yeah. Now we can see. Yeah, we can see a beautiful face now. Hold on. You have a light above you or what?
There's a light above me.
Okay. All right. Herb, can you see her? Can you see that? Can you see her? Herb.
I can see her. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. You look like an angel. You look like an angel, Anne-Marie. That's why Rattigan is blind.
No, Anne-Marie, I had the pleasure of attending one of an event that you hosted.
Yeah.
In Silver Spring, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
And I was amazed. First of all, the attendance and just the variety and the vastness of the things that you're doing, just so much. Can you tell us a little bit about the book writing, the book publishing, the book editing, and how it's helping Jamaica and Jamaicans?
Yes. And so with when we started the foundation, I'll just go back a little bit with that to see how we started working with the kids in Jamaica. So we started doing the camps, the HIV prevention camps, and there were 8-day camps where we get the kids from all over Jamaica, all 14 parishes. We rented, college campuses, and we host them there. And from doing that, I saw that we had so many untapped talents, and kids were just so brilliant. But we always hear about the negative. It's always something negative. Whenever you talk about the kids in Jamaica, it was always negative. But I wasn't seeing that with my children. Even the ones who came from the most underserved communities in Jamaica, where they have to be tough and hard. When they got to the camp, they were soft after a day. They realized that I can be soft, I can play dandy shandy, I can skip, I can do all of that, for those 8 days. And then what I saw when they were going back was they had to put that hardcore on once the bus came to pick them up. And after a while, I said, what was that
Amaris,
about?
1 second, please. Can you speak up a little bit louder? They're saying that they can't.
Oh, you can't hear me. Am I?
They're having difficulty hearing you.
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
A little bit louder, please.
Wait, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right. All right. So I speak at that volume. So once we had the camp, there were 8-day camps, and I'm doing that to paint a picture as to how we came to the books. So we had 8-day camps, and they would come from all over Jamaica. We'll get at least 10, 12 kids from each parish to make sure all 14 parishes were represented. And we had these camps for the last 23 years. And the kids would come, and when they came in, some of them were hardcore. So they came from the really hard communities in Jamaica. But after a day or two on the camp, they became softer. They wanted hugs. They played dandy shandy. They were jumping, skipping. And one of the things that came to mind for me, that God made a clear revelation for me, was our kids become the product of their environment.
1 second.
When
Let me
they're in
stop you again. They're still saying that your phone is too far away, that they're having.
I don't, is it better now? I don't.
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yeah, I can hear you, but apparently some people are having a bit of a.
Oh, and
Do you have a volume
I have a
control?
maximum. Yeah, I have a maximum volume on
Oh,
too.
okay. All right.
Are they hearing now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Can the audience hear?
Yeah, somebody said I'm hearing her. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah.
Once the kids were there, as I said before, the softness would come through, the love would come through, this gentleness will come through. But the day when they're going back, you start seeing the ones who are from the more challenged communities. They would get that hard crust again. My question to the participants in the camp was, why is that? And they said, that's the only way we can survive. That's the only way we can survive. So that again became very disturbing to me. But as we keep having the camps, we kept adding other stuff. We add counselors. We added therapists for some of the kids. We made sure that when they went back to their communities, it didn't matter how difficult their community was surviving, that we provided resources. So we partnered with the International Red Cross in Jamaica, and they started the 13 schools. We partnered with them for the schools. And so we started having outlets. We started creating music programs for the kids so that they would start learning to play instruments to kind of soften, their demeanor. Of a spring, I started realizing that we had kids with so many gifts and talents. And so in 2019, when I started my publishing
Yeah,
company,
we're missing 1 second, Anne-Marie. Are you hearing everything her? Because I'm hearing like every other word.
There's a break. There's something is breaking up. There's a pattern breakup to your speech, but it's probably coming from the mic.
I'm trying to figure out what could be causing this. I don't know. Can you hear it better now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're it better, much better.
All right, so I'm gonna have to like literally put it in my mouth, put it closer to my mouth. And is it clear now?
It is
Yes.
clear. It is clear. Yeah.
So before I stopped speaking, I was saying that we started working with the kids. I started seeing how many untapped our children had. And so when I decided to write the children books, I have my 21 books in the series. I've written 14 of the 21. There's a trilogy, an amazing trilogy. It's called the Hawk Trilogy, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then Tessa Hayden have written 3 of her books about our culture, and our youngest author that she wrote one of her books as well about just adventure. All of our writers are Jamaicans, so again, we want to give kudos to that. Everyone books are Jamaicans, or of Jamaican parents. The youngest one is of Jamaican parents. Part of this is that all of the illustrators are Jamaicans, Jamaican children who underserved communities, who the community and the culture have told them they come from families where the crime is all around them, but these are we are not tapping into. We're not giving resources to. We're not loving on. So that again, the books again. If you see the books, and I'll give later, they are amazing. Anywhere we have taken them, people have given us amazing feedback on who have done these illustrations, and these are young 22, but their work is unmatched to be compared to. And these are the things. These are the children that we, as Jamaicans living at home, we have really got to start looking at what gifts we have that we're not tapping into, and instead, because of whatever reason, our children are turning inappropriate behaviors because we are not investing in our children, telling them how wonderful and amazing they are. We're not giving them an outlet. The other people on the other side give them other outlets, and because of lots of different circumstances, that. So that's where I think I want to keep my focus today. So really talk about children in Jamaica are and how wonderful their gifts and talents are, more to make sure that they are fruitful in a positive light.
Yeah. Somebody, well, quite a few people are saying that there is some kind of interference, and that maybe you should log out and come back in because there's still some kind of disturbance on the line and it's distorted.
Let me do that again.
Do you have a fan? No, your fan is not on. Okay. Somebody was saying turn off your fan, but your fan is off.
No, it's not on. No.
Right.
I don't have that should be interfering, but let me turn it off. That.
All right, you want to go out and come back in, please?
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Okay.
That might help. Yeah.
Yes,
right. It's almost as if somebody keep jamming the thing. I was on earlier, and then when my desktop started acting up, I had to go find my laptop and log in there. That's where I am now.
Right. I see a gentleman there. Do you know him, Delroy?
Delroy. Which Delroy is that?
He's in the waiting room.
Delroy.
Yeah. Oh, she's coming back in. Hold on.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I tried a different location.
That is perfect.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you better.
Yeah.
Okay, so I tried a different location. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries.
All right.
All right. So if you don't mind, talk to us again.
All right, I don't mind.
Because, the thing about it is that when it comes to children, it's a very touchy subject for a lot of people,
right.
and for obvious reasons. And I don't know if you're aware of this, Anne Marie, but just yesterday or day before yesterday, they caught 3 men. I don't know if you're aware of it. They caught 3 grown men with 3 children, 11, 12, 13, in a brothel in Jamaica.
Oh my goodness.
And the men said that they were planning to have some fun for the night with these 3
And again, that's part of the public health issue that I deal with, not just in Jamaica but global, but we're focusing on Jamaica today, so I'll say there. um we have our children are not protected. That's the first thing. We're just not protecting our children. um and so because we're not protecting our children, we lose our children to the predators. And and these are the same people who have watched them growing up. They watch them from the womb. When the mothers were pregnant with them, they watch them. And as soon as these children are hitting the pre-adolescence age, um here comes the predator. And this is one of the things that Delroy Walker's book talk about in the Hawk trilogy. What are the hawks that are destroying our children? And that is one of the primary ones, especially for our kids between the age of 8 and 13. And we're not just talking about girls. The same thing is happening to the boys as well. So we used to think it was just a girls issue, from working more intimately with the community. Um, just as many boys are getting molested, are getting raped, are getting caught up in that same circle because their children are not being protected.
Herb, you have a question for
I, I,
Marie?
I sure do. Anne Marie, I've been working with Betty and Blaine for a little while,
Hmm.
uh, probably last 5 years or more. And I'm getting a keen understanding that the government and the system that they have set up is completely and woefully inadequate in addressing the plight of young boys and girls growing up in Jamaica. Um, we know that there have been issues with incest in a lot of families that force the kids out of the home. Um, we know that there are children who are dissatisfied, express themselves in school, and there are recruiters amongst them in school that recruit for human traffickers. And because of that, these kids end up being trafficked because their friend in school referred them to a human trafficker. Now, we have kids missing, according to the stats Betty Ann sent me, but nobody's looking for them. And it turns
Exactly.
out, yeah,
Exactly.
go ahead and, you may want to expand on that.
Exactly. When we look at what was happening in Nigeria,
Yeah.
if we compare the situation to that, because that's a little bit more recent, a couple years ago, when the kids in Nigeria were missing, they went hunting. Not only in Nigeria, but they went hunting globally for their children. They found a lot of their children and brought them back. We're not doing the same thing in Jamaica. We're not protecting, we're not doing anything. When we first had our first camp in Jamaica, when we knew that the HIV rates were alarming in our community with our children, I went to the Department of Health myself. I left here, went to Jamaica, met with the Department of Health. Figueroa was the, I think, Minister of Health at that time. I met with him and his deputy. And when I met with him, he said, our only thing we wanted from them, we didn't want resources, we didn't want funding, we didn't want anything. Can you provide us 150 kids to the camp so that they can to the camp? We're providing the transportation, we're providing the housing, we're providing the resources, the teachers, everything that the kids need, the counselors, because we had over 30 something volunteers from here that came to work, between nurses and social workers to come. They came to Jamaica to work on the camp. I got to Jamaica the week before the camp. I went to him, just to meet, have the final meeting, get the list of the children so we can make their name badges, prepare more adequately for the different age group. Because we group them by age and gender. You know what he told me? I can't find any children. It was summer in Jamaica. All the kids are out. I can't find any children. Our first meeting was in March. I went back then again, the middle of April. Went back the end of June, and in August, the first week of August, you had 4.5, almost 5 months, and you can't find 150 children. You can't find one child. You can't find anyone to come to this camp, this intervention camp, when our children are being infected left, right, and center. I called from his office, I called the Red Cross, my partner there, Mrs. Hugh. She directed at that time for Jamaica Red Cross. She's now retired since last year. And I called Miss Hugh within 3 hours. Miss more children than we could handle. We had to expand the camp from 150 to 200 kids in Portland. He could not find 150 kids in almost 5 months. I don't know where the kids are. I can't find any kids. This is the kind of behavior that we have and that we are experiencing with our politicians, with our people who are supposed to be guiding and protecting and nurturing and raising our children to be the next generation of leaders. Because we need three things to make them amazing. We need human capital, which is we need adequate health care, we need education, and we need opportunities and job training and tertiary education or training for our children. We're not getting that. So what we end up with is what we see, the crime on the streets.
Now, it's really ridiculous. But one of the stats we look at is 90% of the girls who experience sexual abuse at a young age end up being trafficked.
Hmm.
This is coming from the Observer, Jamaica Observer in Jamaica. So I'm sure they've drew it from a reputable source.
Of course,
Right?
and it's facts. What you're reading are facts. What you're
It,
reading are
it,
facts.
it is it's an indifference. The what is it, CPFFSA or something like that? What's that agency that Jamaica has, the
Oh,
government has?
Sissoko? Is it
It's
Sissoko?
Sissoko.
Yeah.
Yeah, they, it's not working. I mean, I have been pushing for 5 or more years, and I spoke to the senior superintendent who ran the program. And the very weekend he did presentations for us here in Washington, he laid it all out there as to what's going on. But he never said the police were involved. By
Because
the,
go
by
ahead.
Monday morning, he had another job. They moved him to to Twickenham Park to teach in class.
They're all working on the same platform. They're all working on the same platform. It's the same. They're all doing. It's one platform they're working on, and it's not for the betterment and welfare of our children or community or country.
Yeah,
Each of them have their own private agenda, and it's how do I become wealthier? How do I become more affluent? It's not about our community. It's not about our children. Like I said before, we have amazingly brilliant children in Jamaica, um, and all they need is an opportunity, just an opportunity, and we're not affording them those opportunities. So what happens when they have to eat, they have to sleep, they have somewhere to rest their head at night, they need food, then the predators come in, and because of the lack of human resources, human capital, as I always put it, healthcare, education, and opportunities, job opportunities, and training, our children, they have to choose something because we're not giving them the other choice.
is it against the law
Hmm.
to have CCTV in all our schools in Jamaica? That way we can record who's coming in from the outside to schools or who's assembled at the entrances, parking lots around the school.
That would be ideal. And we have a lot of security systems. If the government really want to make a dent in with this situation, we have so many security systems that we can put in place that is very cost effective. We can use the word cheap
Yeah.
to make sure that that happens. Is it what's important to them? That's what it boils down to. Is this important to us?
Mhm.
Is the welfare and the well-being of our children our priority? Is it something that is of interest? And the stats shows it's not. It's not that the resources aren't there and can be easily implemented. It's there, but um, is that their priority? And everything points to no. It's not their priority. Otherwise, it would have been done, and we would not have these missing children. We would have these children being exploited. So it's not their priority.
It, somebody just put that in the other agency in the chat, will child protection family agency, something like that.
Okay.
um, but there are several agencies there with the responsibility, but that agency brought in um, a couple people from the US that they did not vet.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out that those people were actual child molesters here in the US who came to Jamaica and volunteered their time to work with the children in Jamaica. And Anne Marie, can you say if you have a system set up that ensures that the kids going to camp are protected, or
And
that is able to share the predatory information with the folks in Jamaica?
yeah, and you know what? That again is a sad situation. Before anyone can volunteer to work with us, they have to have a background check. It's a, you have the, if you can't work in the U.S., you can't work with us. The same fingerprints, the same all these things that is needed here. You need to get them before you put them on the plane and bring them to someone else's territory. So for a government agency to invite predators into our community to take advantage of our children, it doesn't make any sense, because you don't even have to do the any of that preliminary stuff there in Jamaica. What is the criminal record here? Make sure everyone has fingerprints. Make sure that they do a background check, the same thorough exam, because you should not be able to get on a plane as a predator with a record to come into our country to provide services where you're going to be working one on one and intimately with our children who are vulnerable. Our children are vulnerable. They're children, they're vulnerable. How do you allow that to happen? Again, that's dropping the ball, because it takes nothing more than, before you can come here with any agency, and we need to see the records. We need the actual reports. So it's not that, oh, I get a you have a check next to your name. No, I need to see your actual reports.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know, no,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead. Right.
All right. You know what, Anne Marie? I have to give it to you because I watched you at that event, and I mean, you were just a flurry of activity. You were here, there, everywhere, just taking care of business. And so I'd like to ask you this: you're affiliated with God Rocks. You're affiliated with the Core Foundation. You're affiliated with Girls Right of Way. You're affiliated with I'm a Quintessential Woman. Where do you find time for yourself?
It's all under one umbrella.
Yeah.
All of it comes back to taking care of our children. Because if you don't prepare, for example, I'm a quintessential woman, and that came out of seeing that if we prepare our women, then we'll have a better household, and we'll have better outcomes with our children, whether they're boys or girls. So first, I look at what is the health, not just the physical health, the mental, emotional, psychological, and financial. We have to make sure our women are intact. So we start with our girls at the age of 6, and we work with them on what is appropriate touch, self-esteem, self-love, and we take them through and we keep them in that cohort until adulthood. But a big part of what we do is also, you have to have tertiary education or a skill that will pay you so you can have quality life. So we don't just have you at 6 and then drop you at 7. We keep you. So we have kids who've been in our organization. We've been around for 23 years. We have young people who've been there who are now our youth advisors. They're doctors, lawyers, teachers, nurses, janitorial workers, farmers. I mean, they're everything. But we make sure that they have sustainable income, that they're mentally okay, that they're physically okay, because we're looking at the whole person. And for the woman, while we started the quintessential woman, our girls didn't know their worth. They didn't know their worth. Amazing as they were, with some of them with amazing degrees, They didn't know their worth. And I said, how can you become a mother when you don't even know your own worth? What do you pass on to your children? And then that is when we start looking at, well, let's look at what are the things that our women need. They need to learn about self-care. That the first thing I take care of is me, mentally, emotionally, and physically. That I get up in the morning and I make sure I am equipped for the world before, even if I have a husband and children and job. No, get up and take care of you. Make sure you are okay. You know, it's like when you get on the plane, they always say get your oxygen on first before
Mm.
you help someone. Get your oxygen on. Do your self care because you shouldn't be able to care for any children, husband, job before you take care of you. You're primary. You're your primary purpose. That you get up and take. And then once a woman learn that, then how do you find your value? How do you find your worth? How do you then, after you've learned that, pass it on to the next woman? And then how do you learn how to roar and become your best version of you? And once our women get that, we see now that the sexual debuts are introduced later on in life. That I don't need to have sex at 15, 16, 14 to prove anything. When I'm ready at whatever age that ready is. And our goal is that it's later on when you are mentally more able to comprehend what this actual behavior really means and the reason why you're actually engaging in that behavior. So we work with our women, and what we have seen is that the next generation that we're seeing now, that are mothers, from our intervention, is that they are mentally okay, they're physically okay, they can sustain their economics, and we're seeing now how they're so engaged in protecting their children, teaching their children, guiding their children. And so, what we'll see for the next generation, if we continue to do this, and if we all get on board with this formula, is that we'll see more of our children who are productive, not just our girls, because they have to mother the boys as well, and they're nursing them from the womb. They're reading to them from the womb. They're loving them from the womb. And so we're seeing that these children are more stable. They're more happy. They're in a more stable environment where they're protected. They're not an island anymore. They now have a village that is responsible for their wealth and growth and well-being. So it's amazing to watch, just how when you stop and look at what are causing the destruction in our community, and then you give them give or not them, us, because I'm a part of that community as well, and you give us some simple equations, some simple solutions, and we work with our community to make sure that we get it, then we can now pass that on, and we can now see changes in behavior, changes in lifestyle, just because we stop to look and listen and see where were the gaps and bridge those gaps. So
Uh,
everything I do comes back to the same thing. How do we create the best version of ourselves and make sure
okay.
our young people are doing the same thing so we can pass that on as a legacy?
Okay. For those of you just joining us, our guest is Miss Anne-Marie Kaur. She's the president and founder of God Rocks, and it's an umbrella organization. It has some satellite organizations. In essence and in totality, it's about children
Yes.
and how to get them to be. I guess I'm parsing your words, but get them to be the best version of themselves.
Hmm.
But there are some challenges that you face. So
Yes.
now you've let me see it here. You've trained over 10,000 young people in 23 countries.
Hmm.
Is is there any? Are all the countries? Do you find them to be the same, or are there differences?
No, absolutely
All right.
not.
Well, the question I'm going is, the have you transplanted anything from some of those countries to Jamaica to assist with the development of these children?
Yes, I have. And I'm glad you asked that question. Um, are the other countries similar or, same to with Jamaica? I've worked in a lot of the Caribbean islands. You know, it's interesting to see that Jamaicans, or Jamaican government, do the least for our children. They don't get involved. They don't um, they don't lend a hand. And I'm going to do a comparison. And for example, Grenada. I do a lot of work in Grenada as well. When I go to Grenada, the kids are there, the space is there, transportation is there. For our volunteers, we have a space that's there. They cook and feed us every day. They make sure the kids are there on time. Everything is done. Not no resources needed except us with our intervention tool and program and our volunteers. And what have happened is they also provide volunteers. They get their teachers, they get their counselors, they get their social workers to be a part of the work. So when we go to Grenada, we do nothing but just work, and we it's so much easier because we can do the real work without having to do any of the extra stuff to provide for the children because they do all of that. They do all of that. We've done at least 8 camps in Grenada. We've never had to do anything but show up. When I go to Jamaica, in comparison, we have to find the kids, find the location, find the transportation, find the food, find the trainers, um, find the only thing we don't find is oxygen.
Now,
They do absolutely nothing.
does it seem to you that that non-cooperation on the part of government is how they keep covering themselves? They are fully aware of what's going on. There's no doubt in my mind. Just like how the police were aware of what's going on. And this is why a couple of years ago, the US government, State Department, decided to maintain Jamaica tier 2 because they said the police are fully aware and a part of the human trafficking of these young kids, right? So if that's true, then it means that the government also has knowledge, because anyone in authority who can read police reports or read the databases that I'm sure are accumulated at police headquarters or within the Ministry of National Security, you certainly have full knowledge of what's going on the island. And if you keep covering this up, you'll never resolve the problem. So, is there any move afoot that you would want to initiate a national conference with diaspora members from the different UK, Canada, the US, which will, of course, include you and people in Jamaica, just to put more emphasis on the protection of our kids in Jamaica? Because it escapes me that they just don't give a darn about the kids.
And you're on point 100%. Um, who does work with the children and do an amazing work with the children in Jamaica is Jamaica Red Cross. They have started schools. We've partnered and we have started what we call Sagacious, which is our reading centers in some of the schools and at the Red Cross. They've started 13 schools in Jamaica to deal with the kids who are on the street and to get them off the street. We have kids in the Jamaica Red Cross program who started reading at the age of 13, 14 because no one cared if they
Wow.
went to school, you know. And so now these kids are graduating from that program in their 20s, but guess what, they can read. It's very similar to what Michael Manley did years back with the Jamal program, you know, that it doesn't matter how old you are, if you want to learn to read and write, you can. And so the Red Cross gave them that opportunity. Some of those kids, we started a school of music there, and we brought the instruments for all the kids there, and they're now playing instruments. You know, when one of the British people came, not that that's important, but they were the ones they called on to play. These were kids that were throwaway children that had no purpose according to the Jamaican government. They were just left there, but the Red Cross have taken those kids in. They're in school. They have 13 schools across the country that they provide amazing education to these young people who would otherwise just be on the street with no education because no one cared if they went to school. But the Red Cross stepped in. So that's our biggest partner in Jamaica, and they've come through over and over and over again. Anything we need, we just call Mrs. Yu and the Red Cross, and they're there, and they lend a hand, more than a hand. And even when we're not there, that's who sustain our work. When we train the kids on our curriculum, and we use their curriculum, that together we can HIV, STD, and teen pregnancy prevention curriculum. Once we train them, then they work with the Red Cross in each of their parishes to go through the schools, to go through the churches, to go into the communities to continue that work, because they're charged to do that. But they now have that partnership with the Red Cross to make sure that they can now get to their friends, their communities, their church, their Girl Scouts, and expand our scope of work. So the Red Cross, with what the government is not doing, we do have organizations like International Red Cross that really have stepped up and has become a key player in making sure that our kids are okay, and more than okay, that making sure our kids thrive.
Let me just say, big up to Speak Live. Continue taking notes. Ransford from Grand Cayman, thank you very much for tuning in. Tell your friends and your family member about the program so that they can join us. And Juliet Baker, I see in the chat you're asking for me to respond. I didn't see the question. If you'd be kind enough to repost the question. Now, Anne-Marie,
Yes.
the God Rocks, the title itself tells you what it's about, right? God Rocks.
Rocks,
Right,
yeah.
God Rocks. And
Hmm.
so it's a religious based organization. Am I correct in saying that?
I don't do religion. I said it's a God centered, because that's where we all start. Is God centered. Religion can come in with so many other flares compared to, but and the reason why it's God rocks Doc today, because every day He rocks. He gives us the wisdom, knowledge, understanding, perseverance, stick to it, get it done, um, and that's where everything starts with me.
Okay. Um,
Yeah, that's where it starts
yeah.
with me.
Hey, Delroy Walker, if you would just look in the private chat and you'll see the link. Where you are is not where you should be. Just look in the private chat and you'll see the link to join us. Um, the question now is God Rocks. How does that translate into the development of children in Jamaica, considering that the their mentors for a lot of them, especially children from the inner city communities, their
Mhm.
mentor is not a preacher, is not somebody who is religious centered, is not somebody who is faith based. Their mentor is somebody with a gun, right? Somebody with the power and the influence. How do you transform those lives when they come to you?
Well, I'll start with when we have the kids at the camp, who comes from some of those communities that are disturbed, and I use the word disturbed intentionally. Um, when we work with the children, one of the things that we do in the evenings at the end of every camp is for us to do a look on, and a look on is look at me, and when you look in my eyes, what do you see? Do you see a reflection of you? When you look in my eyes, what allows you to say words to hurt me, or to pick up an instrument, a gun, whatever that instrument might be, that you can just look at me and you can just really tear me apart? You have to dehumanize me. You have to dehumanize me. There's no way you can hurt me verbally or physically unless you dehumanize me. How do we learn to dehumanize others is a bigger question. um and that's why the whole God rocks piece is so important, because if the same, and I this is how I explain to the kids when we have the opportunity to do that. If the same, if you look at me and you can see, when I hold you or hug you, you can feel my pulse, and I'm feeling your pulse, and you're feeling my heartbeat because I hug you, because I hug my kids, and you hug, and you can feel that. How then do you turn away from me and say that I no longer have the right to live, or you have the power to take that life from me? And it has nothing to do with what's in a book. It Not even if you've never read the Bible, is we connect in so many other ways that is not written. But we don't take we don't even look in our eyes at we don't even do eye connections anymore. We don't do touch anymore. We don't do emotions anymore. So it's so much easier when we don't have those connections, those basic human connections. When we don't have those and we lose those, that you can then take up a gun and shoot me and kill me, because to you you're not humanizing me. But when we start getting back to the basic, without religion, without the church, without the mosque, without the synagogue, without all of that, just by identifying that the same blood, the same oxygen, the same pulse, when I look at you in spirit, because that's even stronger than religion. And our culture is teaching us that don't do that. Don't do that. You don't need to connect. Because if you connect, then you can't kill me, then you can't hurt me. We need to become humanized again. And function from that level. Because our pastors too are not doing a good job at everything is about the collection plate. We're not talking about love. We're not talking about humanity. We're not talking about being our brothers and sisters keepers. We're not sharing our resources. We're not lending that hand. So when our children grow up in those communities and you don't see that's happening, that is happening, what do? You pull away. You pull away from that because there's no connection. We're so disconnected.
Okay.
And to me, that's where the whole idea of God rocks come in. That it has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with any of that other stuff. Is how do we connect as human beings?
Okay, because somebody just posed that question in the chat saying, if religion is not connected to it, then why did you choose that name? You could have done the same thing that you're doing without using God Rocks, because once people see that name, they kind of associate religion with it.
And if you go on the website, it explains it very, very clearly. It's about love. It's about compassion. It's about um, forgiveness. It's about trust. It's about, holding each other accountable for our behavior. It's about a big part of it is just loving on each other. And it's bigger than how we describe God as, because when we think of God, lots of us is we're going into the church, we're going into the mosque, we're going into the synagogue. It's bigger. God rocks is so much bigger than that. It's about humanity
Okay.
and connect. Yeah, it's about humanity.
Next question. And I knew this question was going to come up. Somebody put in the chat room. They said, "Well, look, if you're all of these organizations, they have to be funded. So somebody, I guess they're insinuating that you're a well-to-do person because it comes back to funding. Essentially, they're asking, how do you fund your organization?"
All right, and that's that's the world's question. It's so funny because we have never gotten funding from anybody,
Really?
anyone, never. This is our first year that we one of the organizations in the U.S. asked us to write a grant. We write the grant. We wrote the grant. We're still waiting, but what we do is for myself, when I decided to start a company 23 years ago, I said 10% of anything I make every year will go towards that. I take it out and I go towards that. We have volunteers, amazing, an amazing volunteer that come and they give their time, they give their resources. So we function. That's how we function. 100%. We collect over 10,000 pairs of shoes every year because we have a shoe program called Grow Soul. Because lots of our kids were coming to the camp, and as soon as they get there, they take off their shoes and put it in the box, and then they walk around barefoot. But my mother said to take off my shoes as soon as I come, and I heard it in all the different accents. And so from that, we said, well, the kids need shoes. They can't come here barefoot. So we started collecting shoes, lightly used and new shoes. And we bring them to the kids for the programs. We raise our funds. We do different fundraisers. And our fundraisers would be we sell things or, we do a raffle. And we use that to pay for the space. But we don't, I'm not by any means, I'm wealthy in energy and strength. But as far as financing, it's really just we 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 do like raffles and different things just to pay for the space. but we get a lot of volunteers, lots of volunteers. So we don't have to pay anyone. We're not a paid organization. Um, so we don't pay anyone to for anything that they do. The book company now that we started, the publishing company, once our books start, flourishing and start selling, that's our goal. Then we can expand our scope of work. One of the things that we are going to expand, and we're doing that in October in Jamaica. We're starting the Jamaica Youth Orchestra program because we realized that music would we have six in Grenada because they were so happy and willing to partner with us about 8 years ago. Ambassador Antoine, he was the ambassador for DC and then for China and for the UN for Grenada. And when I went to Ambassador Antoine and spoke to him about the music program that I want to do in the Caribbean to get the kids who are most at risk involved in that program to get them off the street. Immediately he jumped on it. So we went down and we opened six schools of music there. We have three in Jamaica, but we want to expand it. Those are just our pilots. So we know that the one at the Red Cross, like I mentioned before, um, when the kids have music, not only is the music therapeutic for them, the player individually, but it's a place where they will go. They'll get individual intervention every day because it will be done via Zoom. But on Saturdays, we're going to have actual schools of music, and we're using the DC Youth Orchestra curriculum and program because they're going to be one of our partners. We're going to use their curriculum. All of our family members that were raised in the U.S. went through that program. Amazing program. It's been around for over 60 years. So we're using their curriculum with to implement our program in Jamaica, and we're looking for the kids who are most at risk. The picked up the gun. The kids who are is up the gun. The kids so that they can come to this space, 5-6 hours every Saturday and learn how to master a string instrument. What does that do? It's a healing for them because that's what music does. Like Bob Marley say, one thing about music when it hits you feel no pain, and there's so many other wonderful other quotes on what music does. It heals. But with the music, it also is the number one scholarship giver. It's more than sports, more than academics. You can master an instrument and you'll get a scholarship to college. You get a scholarship to higher education. So not only in Jamaica but abroad, because our kids can go anywhere with this instrument and do amazing things. So when we look at the instrument and starting these schools of music, and we're opening 20 schools of music as our goal within the next few years, and it's to really get our kids off the street, and it's a crime and drug prevention program. So we have places who are donating instruments, or individuals want to buy an instrument. We are partnering with Levine School of Music in Maryland, and they're getting it at material cost, so that you can sponsor a child. So if people want to sponsor a child, School of Music, and we ask that you just don't sponsor a child financially, but that to become a part of the program, the Jamaica Youth Orchestra program, and be involved, because our kids need to see us, they need to feel us, they need to hear us, celebrate them, and empower them. It's bigger than just giving them an instrument. It's giving them an instrument and it's supporting them through that process.
Uh,
Um,
it,
Let me
it,
just ask a couple more.
okay. Now I wanted to interject on that point.
Hmm.
My daughters,
Yeah.
two of my daughters were members of DC Youth Orchestra,
Yay!
and and
Program.
at least and all three of them went through computer science club,
So
which is
it's the
another
brain.
aspect. And because of
Yes.
that, my middle daughter
Hmm.
is a computer scientist today, earning six figures with some of the
Yes.
highest security clearances right here
Hmm.
in Virginia. So
Right.
I just want to attest to the discipline the
Yes.
music brings along with the science, the STEM programs, pretty much.
It's because that's what it does.
Yeah,
Music, each measure, each note is you're actually learning math and
yeah,
science.
yeah.
The quarter note. eighth note, 16, 32,
Yeah.
full notes. It's math. It's all math. So if you master that, and at these youth orchestras, they start the kids at 4 years old. If you're 6, you can't start the violin program. You're too old to start the violin program because that's how intricate it is. I mean, but you get to master math at such a young age, and really advanced math, because you have to do sight reading and you have to memorize and you have to, it's a very intense program. And that's what we're bringing to our children in Jamaica, is we're starting the 20 schools of music. We know that we'll have enough instruments to start between 2 and 4 of them in September, end of September, October. But our goal is to continue to get the instruments by partnering with all the schools throughout the U.S., Maryland, Vanderbilt, Juilliard, all of them, to get their youth instruments and to get their graduate students to be a part of this program.
Uh,
We have to tap into resources, and where it's no cost. They have to do internships. So why not do internships and teach our children? We have Zoom now. So much can be done. So
Anne-Marie,
yeah.
I let me say to Sonia and everyone just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. Our guest today is Anne-Marie Kaur, who is the president and founder of God Rocks and a host of other organizations with the primary focus on children. Uh, Children not only in Jamaica but across the globe. But we're kind of focused today on what's going on with Jamaica. Uh, And Marie, somebody asked a question,
Mhm.
and I guess I can kind of like flesh it out for them. They were asking about what programs do you have for fathers, for example, in prisons. And the question I really want to ask is this: you're focused on children, but do you have any part of your program that's focused on parents? To
We
say, let's
Go ahead.
go ahead, please.
No, finish your question. I
Yeah,
apologize.
to say to because there's a big push, and there should be, on getting the children together, getting them what they need to develop psychologically, socially, and otherwise. But once you're done with that, they go home and they go back to an environment that's kind of destructive in some instances.
Mhm.
And all the hard work that you've put in over the summer, whatever the time period is, will get undone by them, going back to that negative environment. So is there a part of your program that you say, okay, you know what, we're looking at the children, but we also need to look at the parents so that we can help them to become better parents, so that whatever we instill in the children will continue and serve them way into adulthood?
Yeah, there's a program called Parent Matters, and it's through CDC that I do. And now it's called Family Matters, because they want to. We realize that it's not just the parents that are raising the children, a family, because you might have the grandmother that's raising the child or the auntie that's raising the child, and that's a CDC evidence-based curriculum that I use. Um, what we do with that is that we can take it into the jail, see the juvenile centers, and we start working with young men. Most of them are fathers already by the time 19, 20. We are able to do some intervention with the youth on not only sexual and reproductive health, but on behavior modification. Because a lot of what we're not seeing when our young people or our men jail is that there's no behavior modification. Why they're in jail, they just lock them up. And lots of times they come out worse than before. Their goal is, while they're in jail and we have their attention, now we can go in and now we can do behavior modification training, um, and get to the stem, the root as to what is causing your behavior. And it's so amazing that each one has a different beginning point. So you have to, if there's no one formula that's used, but when you go week after week after week and you work with the young men in the system, you start flushing out things, and you build the trust, and next you start working on the real core and the real you know essence of what happened. And once you find what happened, then you can start finding the solution to kind of patch things together and hope, and when they come into the intervention, the intervention to go to the jail, to get them into the intervention, some of the times to relocate, because if you're coming back to the same environment, you need to relocate and have a new beginning. It's also an option we give our young men, but it's really to work on behavior modification. If I can give any answers to, or any answer to the question, easy question, but because there's not a lot set up for that type of intervention, especially with our men. But behavior modification while they're in jail, because you have their attention, and then it system for our young men that once they get out, go right into that with the intervention. And again, a lot is not set up for that. We don't have a lot of things, resources for men, because it's set up for them to fail, especially in the U.S. And in Jamaica, there's no system. And to get into the juvenile system in Jamaica, to even go speak to the young men, we have talked to the Red Cross on that issue, that exact issue. It's not even, there's no door open. There's no door open.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to end it pretty soon. I see that Dr. Lennon is patiently waiting. He's a patient man, so he's not gonna kick up any dust here because of the information that you're giving us. And I'm reading the chat, and I mean, you're a big hit with all of these people here. In fact, one of our most devoted listeners, who has some links in Jamaica, said they'll try and connect you with a direct source in Jamaica so that you don't have the issues that you have faced in the past, that you're not, when you go back the next time, that you won't have these issues. So I'll do that after the program. But
thank you.
Herb, go ahead. Do you have anything you want to say to Anne-Marie?
Yeah, with what Anne's doing, it surpasses what I know the other local nonprofits have tried. And I take my hat off to you for your efforts, because the idea that we can actually start a youth orchestra program. I asked about that before, and it was based at the time in the USA when they got rid of the school bands or orchestras in school. They said it was taking up too much time. So there's a lot of orchestra instruments or band instruments in storage. And I know our Jamaican people, they have associations everywhere. If every association would go ahead and check with their local schools, see if they have the band instruments, see if they ever intend to bring music back. And if not, then see if we can't get the instruments donated to one of our schools in Jamaica. Community bands. We've got the military band, we've got 2 military bands, the police band. And that means we have people who have the ability, and a part of our program is suggesting that the police get involved in the community by teaching music. Can you imagine the police or the military going in, teaching music, because all these communities now have an orchestra or have a band? It would instill the type of discipline we're looking for, like what we have down in DC. Because DC has, I think the youth orchestra has 6 levels.
Yes.
6 different orchestras. Okay. So I cannot even begin to imagine bringing youth in and having these various orchestras, because this program goes on forever. What's the old come back to help out and rejoin the younger people in mentorship. And this is exactly what Jamaica needs. And I congratulate you for it.
And before you answer that, go ahead. There's a call on the line, but go ahead, finish up your response.
No, you can go ahead. I can speak about it after. You can take the call.
Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I heard you talk about that thing at the.
I'm sorry, the what?
that thing you're looking about, that you want to put in, you know, anyone go wrong, you can do a thing. You say you get the papers from the RS, something in America. I'm asking you now, how can I donate to that fund?
Okay, yeah, we spoke about that a while back. I will make an announcement next week. Hopefully, I'll get the letter from the IRS. I heard that it's approved. I don't have the letter in hand. Once I get the letter, then I'll go to the bank and then I'll make the announcement, and then we're off to the races. And I'm sure you're going to contribute. I'm sure you're going to contribute more than the minimum because you sound excited. So, is this Ricardo? Is this Ricardo?
No, man, I'm Paul.
Paul, okay, because I see the chat where Ricardo asked the same question. So, Ricardo, if you're still there, and others were similarly situated in terms of asking about the foundation and the money, it has not begun yet. Hopefully, next week I'll make an announcement saying that we have the account, we're ready to go, and then we'll go from there. All right?
Yeah, I'd like to say another thing before I go. There was listening to this guy from Jamaica who said that he take donation to help the hospital and things like that.
Yes.
You have to come through it. And he's saying that the medical system at the government hospital is free. I know the thing about it, I wonder if you live in Jamaica, because my cousin wife have sick with cancer of the breast, and she had to take off one of her breast. And his public hospital is done, and his boss have to give him $50,000 to help with the fee. So when I heard him the other day was talking, I know I just go so just lock off the phone or something, because
I know,
you know, he was saying something out of context.
It's Everton, right?
Yeah.
I heard you last week, and that's a good point. Unfortunately, this week we're talking about helping the children, not the medical program. But I hear you. I understand you. Yeah. But let's hold that point, because we're supposed to be getting someone from the Ministry of Health pretty soon. Someone significant, and I'm sure you're going to be on that program to ask your questions. So let's hold off on that point until we get that person on board. All right?
Yeah, one point I'd like to go. There's another guy again, the one that was talking about the Bauxite. This guy.
He's coming on now. He's coming on now. Just hold whatever questions you have. Just hold on. All right. I gotta run. Let me take this call. You can call back, but the professor is waiting to join us. All right.
Okay.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
I have a question for Anne-Marie Zoe Core.
Yes, please. Go
ahead. Anne-Marie, do you find that? I have a question for Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, do you find that?
Do me a favor, caller. Could you please turn your device down, because we're getting feed? Yes.
Anne-Marie, do you find that oftentimes the parents themselves in Jamaica are an obstacle to the kids participating in your program? And I say that to say that we come from a culture that says, don't air your dirty laundry. And because of that, parents tend to not want to seek help when they need help. In addition, second part of that question, even with adopting from Jamaica, oftentimes you find that children who are in orphanages, the parents are reluctant to sign on that adoption consent, a family picnic, but yet still they're not helping the same children that they claim are theirs. Can you answer those for me, please?
Thank you, caller.
Yes, the first part is, yes, it's a big obstacle, because and thank God for the Red Cross that will go into the homes and get the consent form signed for the parents to send the kids to the intervention camps, or to get them in programs after they've done the camp, for whether it's psychological intervention or even academic intervention. Because they said, well, you have to come home and help me with the brothers and your sisters, or there are all types of things, or what you need that for. So it's they don't see the value in the education. They don't see the value in the intervention. The second one,
Marie, before we start the second one, let me just make a quick announcement. If you're listening to us on Reggae Global Radio, we're coming up on a commercial break. I should have mentioned it the last hour, but better late than never. So if you want to join us on YouTube, that's fine, because we're just going to proceed. Again, if you're listening to us on Reggae Global Radio, it's a commercial break. You can join us on YouTube. Go ahead with the second part, please.
Yeah, and to really stress what you're saying, it's the lots of the parents are obstacles, because if they don't see the value and the worth in it, if they don't see, you know, how it will benefit the children, and lots of times they don't see that because they are where they are, they're stuck. What you need the education for, what you need this for, what you need that for, I'm doing fine without it. They don't allow the children to then walk into that room that says, welcome, here you are with this opportunity, here you are with this, with this uh, uh, um, this room filled with everything that can make a difference, can make a pivot in your life. The second one is I've actually had that personal experience myself. Um, when I, from working in Jamaica, I started seeing that so many of our kids were just left on the street, and it came through from working to the Red Cross. I started going to one of the orphanages, and that's in Montego Bay, the SOS Children Village. And I said, you know what? I'm going to get a house in Maryland, and that house will be where I get kids, because at the age of 16, the kids are 16, 17, you leave the orphanage. You're now expired your time there. You can be there from birth until 16, 17. And so because of that, I said, well, where do these where do our kids end up when they leave the orphanage? And the big thing is, oh well, they're abandoned from birth by their parents, most of them, or left when they're very young. But at six, it doesn't matter. 16, 17 is when they have to leave the orphanage. And so I said, you know what? Let me get the house. I'm going to start now at adopting kids, starting at the age of 13, so that they can come. I can get them at middle school, and they'll do middle school and high school, and then get them off into college. Once they're in college or tertiary education, the house will be a revolving door. I can get more kids, and they would just use the house in that form. I remember one of the kids I got. Everything was fine, the paperwork done, they investigated me, everything done. Then I got a call from Jamaica, the welfare system. The social worker in Jamaica found the mother of a child that was left in the hospital from birth. This child was now 14. And the mother's now living in another parish. She has five other children. Um, and she said she's not signing the paper because she's not giving her a picnic. She didn't go to the orphanage and get the child. The child was still left in the orphanage, but she would not sign the form.
Yeah.
Did not sign the form because in her head, if she signed that form, was she left the child in the orphanage in the hospital, but she would not go to sign the form, because if she signed that form, that means in her mind, it's so conclusive. It's done. I am giving away my child, even though you've never seen the child since the child was born and left in the hospital. And it happened again. But one good story of that is that while I was doing one of my other kids I was trying to adopt, I found the father didn't know that the mother had put the child in an orphanage, and he was in the Cayman Islands. He came to Jamaica and got the child. So that was a big plus. So the child was taken out of the orphanage because the father now reconnected with the child.
All right.
But that's another big part of the system, is that they don't want the children, but they're not signing the papers so that somebody else can help the child to get, you know, uh, to get some opportunities, because that's all we want to give, is to give the children opportunities.
All right.
Um, yeah.
Listen, Carla, thank you so much. We're going to have to leave it there because we've gone over by a lot. But listen, Anne Marie, I'm going to, well, I don't even have to invite you because it's a your place. You just tell me when you're available and you just come on and talk up the things, because people want to hear from you. This is not just like a talk shop, because you're actually doing something. All right? You're helping the children in Jamaica. And I think that's a refreshing thing, because far too often we sit and we complain and we whine, and at the end of the day, we do nothing. But here it is in our presence, ladies and gentlemen. We have an angel, somebody who's out there, and somebody who's doing it on her own free will and on her own dime. She's not being sponsored by any government or any organization. She's just doing it just by sheer will and passion and love. And so we thank you very much for that. What I'd like to do at this point is to leave a little bit of time. I know Professor Lennon is waiting, but I want to leave a little bit of time for you to make a closing argument. And as always, as I said to you before, well, not always, but I just said it, that you're most welcome to come back anytime. This is your place. This is your house. Herb, before you make your closing remarks, Herb, do you have anything you want to say to Anne Marie before she makes her closing remarks?
No, Anne Marie's following the very playbook that we drew up at Institute of Caribbean Studies right here in Washington, and we've been going to different Caribbean countries, and to different. You mentioned the ambassador, I think from Grenada, or was it Saint Lucia? Trying to
Ambassador Grenada.
Yes.
Mhm.
We've spoken to him about the very same program, and told him that we have counselors that could come in and help them to set things up. And this is what we took to Jamaica in 2016, everything that you're talking about. And we outlined even a school program called School SOS, which is a software put on a cell phone. So when the kids leave school, or if they're on the school grounds, they have access to warning the principal's office or the
Wow.
police about crimes that are taking place.
Amazing.
And this,
Wow.
and the fact is, the system in Jamaica was failing. Their warning
Yeah.
system for taking care of their kids in danger never worked, because myself and two police officers called to the National Security Ministry, to their warning system. It rang for 20 minutes and nobody picked up. And this is
Wow.
supposed to be the number you dial
Hmm.
if you're in trouble.
If you're in trouble.
So when we said, look, the kids' heads are being cut off. Why? Because when they rape them, they don't want to be identified as a rapist. So they kill the kids. This is
Hmm.
another problem that the kids are having, in addition to being trafficked, is that they're getting
Right.
raped and then they get killed.
Yeah.
Boy or
Right.
girl, they just kill them. So, we have a long way to go, and there's a lot of work to be done. And I hope that we can get together. Since you're in the area, we should be able to get together and talk about these issues.
Right. And it's such a pleasure meeting you via this Zoom because
Anne Marie, before you go ahead, this is the last call, absolutely last call, because everybody wants to talk to you. But go ahead, caller. Anne Marie is waiting for your question.
Yeah. Greetings to all great people of our sacred planet. Again, another marvelous episode to Rattigan and the team. Herb, Miss Nicole, Miss Anne Marie, whichever one of the names is more suitable. I am Babatunde. I don't have much to say other than to say thank you with emphasis, with empathy. Just thanks. Thanks for this great work that you have taken on. The victim not sufficient to describe for what you are doing and have done. So, since I'm limited by words now, big up.
She'll be back.
thank
She'll
you.
be back, Baba Tunde.
Th-
Don't worry, she'll be back.
so,
This up here.
thank you so thank you
All right,
so
good
much.
talk.
All right, my brother. Cool. Anne Marie, the floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Rattigan, for this amazing opportunity, and thank you for just having me on. And I just want to say one thing before we get off about the God Rocks and the children books. Like I said earlier in our conversation, all of the 21 books were illustrated by children who are young people in Jamaica between 17 and 21, 22. The books are amazing. Again, it tells we were able to employ the kids from here. So anyone who has businesses that are listening, we can employ our people who are living in Jamaica. Because I could have found the illustrators here. I'm sure it would not have been the amazing work that these young people did. But we can also give them jobs. The same funding that we'll pay to give someone else to do an IT work or something else. With all the technology we have now, we were able to employ them and pay them the same fee that would pay someone here. So extend our scope of work beyond the American waters. We have so many young people with gifts and talents that are sitting there waiting with degrees and with with skills that we can employ from here and pay them, and do pay them what they're worth, not pay them whatever we think with pennies under the table, but pay them what they're worth, because their work is invaluable. And so I just want to put that out there.
Hmm.
Any projects you're working on, you can if it's something that you can do via tech, or if you can go down, our kids do amazing work. You can go on the website on our God Rocks. It's god-rocks.today,
Can you say
and
that
click
again,
on.
please? Could you just say it slowly?
It's god-rocks dot today, and you will, and just click on the Scree children books, and you will see these beautiful books that our children have illustrated. Again, our authors are Delroy Walker. He did the the Hawk trilogy. I think every household should get that, because we're dealing with hawks from all walks of life. Anything that comes into our lives to destroy us, our children, our community, those are the hawks. And then the second book in the trilogy is called Lion's Den, and it's the male role in our community, the father and the male role in protecting and guiding and nurturing and teaching our children to prepare them for adulthood and beyond, so they can pass that legacy on to their children. And the third book is Mother Hen, which is the mother or female role that comes into our community, in our homes, and nurture, love, train, protect, but also prepare them for adulthood, male and female. And then there's Tessa Hayden with her three books, Quiet Please Grandma is Sleeping, and her funniest book, Peeny Wally. Just an amazing story with the Peeny Wally. And of course, we all have had immigration situations where everybody's left with the aunties or a family member with 100 children, and her third book is called There Are Too Many Kids, because that one person, but they do it with love and compassion. And then our youngest author is Sarah, Sarah Collins, and she's 13. When she was 13, she's now 15 when she wrote that book. Um, Lucky's Day at the Beach with Pinchers. And so a funny book about being in Jamaica, in the water, at the beach, with all the Jamaican jokes and everything in that book, from a 13-year-old. She was born here, but her parents are Jamaican. And then I have 14 other books that I wrote that it covers from Africa. There's one called ABC. It's called I Am Jamaica, but it's the ABC book for Jamaica, which tells all of our stories from A to Z, using articles and different things in Jamaica, fruits, articles, different things in Jamaica, that really gives us a story. It's a nice tabletop.
Hmm.
So do check out her books. Um, and we're going to be doing a book tour in Jamaica in the fall, early fall. So where we're going to try to get books to every single school. So every school will have all 21 books. So we're doing, if you want to, get a book and sponsor your school, your primary school, and you can have it autographed and delivered. If you want to come for the tour with us in Jamaica, or book tour, we're looking forward to celebrating at that time our illustrators, and just let them know their worth, and that more people, young people, jump on board and just do their thing, and that we will celebrate them and give them the opportunities from wherever we stand, whether it's in the US, Canada, or the UK. But our kids rock.
Hey,
God rock, they rock right along with
Yeah.
God.
thank you.
So
Look, thank you.
so
Thank,
thank you.
no, thank you for coming. There's
A
somebody
pleasure.
looking at your books right now. And big up to all the illustrators, the authors, and Delroy Walk. I didn't know that he was affiliated with you. I think he was
Yes,
trying to get on, but in any event, much continued success. We love you. We want you to come back as soon and as often as you can. Take care
I thank
and be.
thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of the weekend, and God bless everyone. Thank you.
You're
Blessings.
welcome.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, yes. What a wonderful segment. I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
you can you imagine have her and Betty and Blaine on at the same time?
yeah, yeah. We should try and do that.
I mean, it would be a tearful program, I'm telling you,
Hmm. Hmm.
because that's when you hear the hardcore stuff of what is really happening to our kids.
Right.
You know?
Like I said, I actually went to an event that they put on down in Silver Spring, and it was an amazing event.
Amazing bit.
Amazing event. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're happy to have her in our presence today, and we hope that she'll come back and she will regard this place as home. Now, we're going to be joined by the patient. Doctor, I know
Yes.
that's a patient. I don't mean in a hospital. I mean just somebody who will wait his time, and wait past his time. Look, do you mind if I call you John? Because
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's cool, John.
okay, all right, John. Listen, first of all, I want to apologize to you for waiting as long as you did. I think you waited for more than a half hour, but you
No
understand.
problem.
Yeah, we had a wonderful guest talking about children, and the conversation just kept flowing. No, we're with you, and people have been asking. I think one gentleman called to ask about the bauxite thing already, and I told him that you're coming up and that you give us everything that we need to know about bauxite. Now, I can tell you this: we won't be able to go through all of the subjects. We're going to stay as long as you want to stay, but I don't think the subject matter. I mean, it's so vast because we have the debt, we have bauxite, and we have clean energy, and you can take any one of those topics and just spend a whole day trying to ventilate it. But we're going to do our level best today to see how far we can get because, again, you're one of our guests. You're one of the guests that we want to have back, that you should consider this place home, right?
Thank you.
Sitting next to me is Mr. Herb Nelson. He was supposed to
Wonderful.
last week, but he was indisposed. He
I-
had something else.
And I should take this occasion to apologize to you, Doc, and the entire listening audience out there because I had some really rough personal times happening last weekend, and I had to cope with it, and I had to make decisions that to keep going at what I was doing, rather than come and embrace your conversation. But I tell you what, I got the last half hour, and I researched a lot of your papers that you wrote, and I'm very enthused about all of your subject matter. So I'm looking forward to hearing a lot more from you today.
All right. Before we start,
Thank
we have a caller already. Caller, go ahead.
Yes, but I can't wait.
You can't wait.
No, because my friend, the professor, he was saying something the other day was totally off track. He want us to do some more about this backside thing, do some deep depth information.
That's what he's going to
Because
do today.
when Michael Manley, I don't know if you had known Michael Manley was the president of the NWU.
Mm-hmm.
And it's through Michael Manley why workers on a whole in the backside start to make money. He actually gave up his life for them to make money. Then he becomes prime minister. And when he becomes prime minister, he negotiates that majority of the money that American and other countries used to make from backside, I believe 75% of it stayed in Jamaica. The Jamaican people get it. When when the Labour Party government take over, all the system that Michael Manley put in place, the Labour Party crashed it, disbanded because the money started coming in their pocket. The people wasn't getting. And I wanted to do some digging about Michael Manley.
All right. Well,
If he follow Michael Manley with backside, he would have a different discussion about it.
all right. Well, I'll
All
tell you
right?
what.
That's all I want to say about him.
I'll tell you what. That's a nice segue for me to bring John in and then start talking to him about bauxite. So what I want you to do is pay close attention. Just listen to what's going on, and if you have any questions, you can call during question time. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. Take care now. Yes, John. I've gotten a lot of calls this week about this bauxite thing. People are talking about the debt, but mostly the bauxite. And you can hear this gentleman and his enthusiasm. He couldn't even wait for you to open your mouth and start talking already. He's projecting what he wants to hear, which is a good thing, So we had 3 subjects that we wanted to talk about today. But let's just start with bauxite. And let me do the opening by saying that there was an injunction against mining in the cockpit country, and subsequently the judge ruled in favor of people wanting to do the appellants, people who really want to mine. And so that's going to happen. So between, it's happening. Okay. So what I'd like you to do is, with those two bookends, just tell us, give us a history of what's going on and bring us to where we are. And I know that you don't care about parties because you believe that both parties, they've been complicit in selling out our natural resource to the detriment of our people. So with that said, the floor is yours, sir, please.
Okay. Well, let me just tell everybody I'm not anti-mining. What I am is anti-exploitation. And wherever Black people live, if you go into Africa, I think I mentioned this last week, you look throughout Africa, we have gold, diamonds, uranium, you name it, we have it. And yet Africa's the poorest continent, it's the richest continent, but has the poorest people, because everything that we own as Black people has always been exploited, and bauxite's just the same. More so recently. What the gentleman said before is true about Michael Manley setting up, I think it was the Jamaica Bauxite Institute as well he set up. And he created what was called the Capital Development Fund. And so the monies from bauxite was supposed to go in the Capital Development Fund, and that's supposed to be filtered back to the people who were displaced by mining. It's completely different now. I think I sent you a text in time where I showed you the difference between the earnings under the PMP and then the earnings under the JLP. So you can find all this information regarding mining, the figures. Now, let me just go back a bit. How Jamaica supposed to make its money from mining is through the bauxite levy. So we'll call it a tax that is paid on how much bauxite there is mined. At the moment, we are getting nothing. That is a fact.
Whoa, stop. You're saying that there's mining going on in Jamaica, mining of bauxite, and the government is getting zero?
Yes. And you can find that, anybody can find it. I don't know why we have journalists and they're not looking at it, and why we have environmentalists and they're not looking at it. As soon as I got involved in looking at bauxite, the first thing I looked at was money, because I realized that the figures that they're telling us about, Holness said that in 2017, because we're not going to mine in the conflict country, he tweeted, and the exact word was forgo. He said we're going to forgo billions of US dollars because we're not going to mine in the conflict country. Now, when I came back here in 2013, I just automatically believed that, yeah, we must be making billions from bauxite, because when you look at the destruction and the suffering that must go on with it, we must be making billions. We can't be making pennies. And so when I started to investigate, the first figure I came with was I found that we're going to make last financial year 4.9 billion Jamaican dollars, which is 32 million US. And immediately I'm thinking, well, that's nowhere near. We should be making minimum 10 times that amount. So I started digging further and further. And then I came across on the Ministry of Finance website, so anybody can go and find this. It's the fiscal policy papers. Now they show you a history of the bauxite levy payments and also projections for the future. So if you look, I looked at the latest one produced for this financial year, and it has a history from 2019 coming through to 2027. So you've got the history and the projection. In 2019, it said the bauxite levy paid by the companies was exactly $0. That's what it says on the Ministry of website, on the Ministry of Finance's website.
John, you sure that's not like a typo, a mistake or something?
I'd love to think it was, but it says it's 0 for 2019, it was 0 for 2020, and going forward, they've got it in 2026 and 2027, it's 0. So we've got these 8 years, well, just in the 4 years was 0, but in the middle of that, we will get 35 million US. Now, this 35 million US will come from one company only, and it's coming from Windalco. Now, this is an arrangement between the government and Windalco to pay for bauxite mined prior to 2017. So they're mining our bauxite and using that money, when they sell the bauxite, they're using that money to pay for bauxite from the past. So they're not actually paying for the bauxite now. So I'm telling you, in this 8-year period between 2019 to 2027, all the bauxite that's being mined we in Jamaica will not get 1 cent for it. That is what's on the Ministry of Finance's website for anybody to go and look at. Now, that must be wrong. There's no way that how can we get nothing for bauxite? I'd like somebody to write and explain to me what is the benefit of bauxite being free. I'd like to know what's the benefit. Herb, can you help me out here? You're muted.
You're muted, Herb.
Sorry about that. I'm looking at the 22nd of June 2022 article. It says bauxite aluminum back on the rise, projected to earn 77 billion for the economy after pandemic decline. I mean, it's written by Stephen Jackson, the senior business reporter for the Gleaner. So I'm sure he must have gotten his figures from someplace. Normally, the Ministry of Industry. We have an industry ministry in Jamaica, correct?
Yeah, you've got the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, and they have all the information regarding bauxite, everything about bauxite they have. And I want them to get the numbers, and they won't. Apparently, they're exempt. They won't give me the numbers.
That's crazy. I cannot understand for the life of me, if you're going to rip the country off, right? This reminds me of the $1 billion contract to have something written to justify the pay raises, but they will not release the contract details to us. So now they come back, the same thing with the bauxite.
Yeah, well,
$77 billion projected to be made, $77 billion Jamaican, which is 507 million US. And this is post-COVID. So we are into that period now. But they won't release anything to you.
No, well, there's a big difference, isn't there, between earnings and what the government gets. And that's what we're always told about, is earnings. Now, if you hear them talk about tourism, Ed Bartlett a couple of days ago said we're going to make, was it 4.5 billion, he reckons, this year? How much of that money actually enters into the system? Our GDP last year was 16 billion, and yet you're going to say that all 4 billion, so a quarter of our GDP was from just the tourism? No, it doesn't work like that. I don't know actually how it works, because the finances, to me, none of it makes much sense to me, I must admit. I mean,
voodoo math, as they would used to say in the past. It's all voodoo stuff.
And that's why, I think it is voodoo stuff. A great example of the voodoo stuff is that, sorry, just to digress a bit, but look at our finances. Look at Jamaica's dollar. During the COVID, we didn't print any money. Not a dollar extra money did we print. Yet our currency depreciated about 15% our currency depreciated. The Americans, the British, and the Europeans, they printed trillions they printed, and yet our currency depreciates against theirs. The rule is, if you print money, your currency automatically depreciates.
Yep.
You can't go up. If you and me have a country, and we have a piece of gold, you have 200 people in your country, I have 100 people in mine. We both have the same weight of gold. We say we can't go around giving each person gold, so we print money. You decide to print $1,000, and I decide to print $100, right? So you got 100 Johns, and we got 1,000 Herbs. So 10 of your money is going to be worth 1 of mine, or not? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you go ahead and print money, yours has got to weaken against mine. So if you can print an extra 1,000, I'm going to have now 20 of yours is going to be worth 1 of mine. Now, that's what should have happened during COVID. When they were printing money, our money should have been appreciating. It should be strengthening against theirs, but somehow, in this system that we have, run by the Europeans, well, just the Europeans then, the white man will say, we have this system where whatever happens, we always get it in the neck. Everything bad that happens, we get it. all our natural resources are worth nothing until they leave that country. As soon as they reach to America or wherever, they have value. Cocoa, coffee, gold, you name it. But in our country, like our bauxite doesn't have any value until it gets out of the country. So yeah, I digressed a bit. But what was the point? What was the question you asked, Will? Because I just digressed a bit. I need to come back on point.
No, the point, the thing that I would like to know is this. Well, actually, you know what? Before we go back to that point, there's a string of in the chat room about the zero collection, right? But they're saying that the trucks moving the bauxite are owned by some of our local politicians. So how is it that we're getting zero from the bauxite, but these people are transporting it for the mining companies?
They're collecting.
Well, this is it, isn't it? This is actually it, isn't it? As I said, we get our money from the bauxite levy. So we've got the bauxite levy, and then you've got the profits of the mining company. They're inversely related. So if the bauxite levy comes down, your profits go up. So under the PNP, it looked like it was like that, we'll say. But the JLP have come in and they've taken the bauxite levy down to nothing. They've taken it down to nothing, and now the profits have gone up. When your profits go up, you can share out your profits now, can't you? You can share them out where they're getting shared. Now, the mining companies do not carry out the actual work, from what I've been told. We have private, local contractors doing it, doing the work, and then hauling around the bauxite. In 2018, the building firm, suppliers, Tankwell is the name of the company, they signed an agreement with a Chinese company, Shackman, to import their trucks. And many of their trucks are actually built specifically for mining. This is 2018, when bauxite ain't making us no money, but you can see they're investing, telling, oh, come over, and because there is money in bauxite, but we don't get any money. In 2019, the Ministry of Mining on their website had a headline: hedge funds are making gold from our bauxite because of the revival, they call it, the revival of the bauxite sector, the revival of the bauxite sector. And yet, with the revival, we are making nothing. And that is the figures I found on the Ministry of Finance's website. As you said, people are saying that money is being made, and we know money is being made because they just say the foreigners are turning our bauxite into gold, and they are paying all these haulage companies good money. Who knows how much, but they're paying it. And the problem here is now, Herb and Will, is that if politicians do own the trucks, there's 100% a conflict of interest. Because we shouldn't, based on what I just said, we shouldn't have mining, because mining can only be done for one reason: for Jamaica to make money, and good money. So there should be what's called a cost-benefit analysis. You look at how much money you're going to get for your benefit, and you look at the cost, and you take one away from the other, and if the costs are greater than the benefits, you can't mine. It's simple. You can't have your cost greater than your benefits. You would not open a business, you wouldn't open a bar, would you? Selling Hennessy up in a rural area, because your costs are going to be far outstrip how much you earn. You're not going to do it. In Jamaica, that's what the government needs to do. They need to prove to the people that we do benefit from bauxite. And according to the Ministry of Finance's website, we do not. And not only do not benefit, it's the actual amount that we don't get any money. And when you look at the cost, just think about the cost of bauxite. When you look around and you see these poison farms that they build, one of them is right next door to Charlie Mount High School in Bog Walk. I saw an aerial photo of it done by jet, and it's within stone's throw. You can throw a stone into the poison pond. I'm not joking. That's how near it is to a high school. One lady told me her child can only go to school, 2 days of the week because she has breathing difficulties. And because of the dust blowing up in every day, she has all kinds of problems. So you have to think, what cost do you put on that child's education, which has been destroyed? Her future has been destroyed. Her and how many others? And that's throughout all the areas where there's bauxite that's going on. Then you've got people who are getting ill from bauxite. JET did a study, it's called Red Dirt. And in their study, they said that the health cost to Jamaica, just the health, nothing else, not the environment, anything else, just health. The minimum cost to the country is 2.9 billion US. I don't know how they work it out, but that's what they reckon, the minimum cost, based on 3 pollutants, they said. 2.9 billion. So you can see, if the cost already is going over 2.9 billion, the government then should be saying to the people, well, we make 5 billion, so it's not a problem. So the government needs to turn around and tell the people how much we earn from bauxite. It's simple. They need to tell us. They can't continue mining. As I said, they started mining, as you said, Noranda won the injunction to go and mine in St. Anne. And that is going on right now. Now, I cannot for the life of me understand our judges turned around and overturned that decision and said, you can go ahead and mine. Because by overturning it, they're mining right now. So they're destroying all of that. That's people are on there, living on there, got their houses, they've got their farmland. That's now been destroyed. All the fruit trees, all the pear trees, mangoes, ripped up. All the topsoil's gone. That can't be replaced. So if in November, when they go to court and the people win, what we're going to do? The houses have already been destroyed. All that land is destroyed. We can't get it back. The damage has been done, and yet we've got a court that has decided this is the best thing to do. It's better for us, for these people and the land to be destroyed than for one company just to wait until a hearing to find out have they won or lost. And the court has decided, no, you can go ahead and destroy the land. And if you lose, well, such is life. That can't be right. It can't be. You're a lawyer and that can't be right.
Well, let me throw a couple of things at you, right? In the lawsuit, not this appeal, the first one, right? Their defense was that, I think you have it here in your document, the court was asked to consider 17 points. And the most notable were that they said that the projected tax collection from Noranda, and that includes the production levy and royalties for the financial year 2022 to 2023 is approximately 35 million US.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is just from Noranda. No, that's right. Noranda said in 2022, 2023. Let's remember, and that is the financial year that just finished in March. Remember that. Mm-hmm. So they're in court saying that giving a projection when right now, when they were in court in April, the financial year had finished. So they knew at that point they didn't get the 35 million, Will. They didn't get the 35 million, and yet went to court with this old evidence, because this is dynamic. The numbers are changing all the time. How much are you mining? So your figures can always change. I do not understand how at the end of how they went to court, and remember, this is the government as well, remember, not just Noranda, it's the government also went to court we're fighting for Noranda, and they've gone to court saying that we have received, in effect, we've received 35 million from Noranda. We haven't got it. And Noranda was never going to pay it because they never paid it before.
Sorry to interrupt you. Have you looked at the Ministry of Finance's books, the one that's on the website, to see if this $35 million, or if you looked at the budget to see where some of the money is coming from? Have you been able to identify this $35 million that they said they were going to get for 2022-2023?
It hasn't been paid because I decided to track it down to see if it had been paid. And you can track it down looking at the supplementary estimates. During the year, the budget will change for whatever reason. And if I get this right, I think the first supplementary estimate was done in around about December. And in there, they'd reduced the levy by 12 million to say no, we're not going to get 35 million anymore. It's going to be 12.5 million less. Then another supplementary estimate was done in January, and it disappeared. The levy was gone. They're not paying it. So the levy, the 35 million was 24.5 million for the levy. Yeah, the 35 million Naranda was going to pay. 24.5 million was for the levy, and the other 10.5 was for royalties and some other bits and bobs, which I don't know about. So the levy, I can 100% tell you, was not paid. That is certain, was not paid. It's not in the Ministry of Finance's books that it was paid. Wasn't paid. I then checked the royalties, and I wrote to the JBI, and they gave me these figures. They didn't tell me who they came from, but the royalties that we received only came up to about 2.3 million. Naranda alone said they were going to pay 1.7 million.
Wow.
I don't think they paid any of it. That 35 million, I would put my life on it that they didn't pay one dime of it. And we need to know if they paid it or not.
All right.
Because they went to court saying that they're going to pay it, and they haven't gone to court and paid it. And now they're mining, they're down there destroying the land based on this information that they're going to pay 35 million, and they didn't pay it. And the judge never asked, did you pay the money?
All right, here's another one. They said the figure projected for tax collection for the period 2023 to 2027 is approximately 139 million US dollars.
Yeah.
True or false?
Who knows? They can make up that number, can't they? Where did they get the number from? They just, because that was what was projected then. Go and have a look now. The financial financial fiscal policy paper for 23-24 has it back to zero. So it's only that year. Yeah, the year of the trial was when all these numbers appeared. They weren't there the year before. They're all zeros before, but the year of the trial, all magically these big numbers appear. And now when they've got to fix everything, they put it back to zero again. So all these numbers just appear to be there because of the trial. That's how I see it.
They said that revenue for the government of Jamaica would increase to an estimate of approximately 24.5 million US dollars. True or false?
Yeah, that's the levy, isn't it? The levy that wasn't paid. And again, that is not money, is it? When you think about it, the court has said, right, Jamaica, this is in your interest, your financial interest, that you should earn in 23-24 $35 million. If you don't earn it, there's going to be all kinds of trepidation and catastrophe in the economy. It's 0.5%, Will. It's 0.5% of the budget. The budget for Jamaica was $1 trillion. 35 million US is 0.5%. So the judges are saying 0.5% is going to damage the country. 0.5%, mate. 0.5%.
Here's another one. And I don't know if this one is correct, but it says the budget would benefit from bauxite levy inflows, which approximate to 4,908.3 million. That must be, is that Jamaican dollars?
Say that again, what's the number?
The budget would benefit from bauxite levy inflows, which approximate $4,908.3 million.
Jamaican. That's Jamaica.
Financial year 2020, financial year that just ended.
Yeah, that's Jamaica. I'm saying that's Jamaican dollars. Yeah.
Is that true?
Again, that included the 24.5 million from Naranda that wasn't paid. So the amount that was paid, yeah, that's right. The amount that was paid.
Yeah, so it's all projections, all estimate, but not paid.
Exactly, the projections. And he said, but 2022, 23 is not a projection anymore. That's fact. We know the numbers now, and they should divulge the numbers. Because if they do divulge the numbers, we're going to find out, hang on, you went to court telling us that you projected to pay this, The judges believe you're going to pay it, and you didn't pay it. But again, for a judge to say that 35 million for a country, remember, 3 million people live in this country. So what you're telling me, each one of us is only worth what? Just over 10 bucks each, 11 bucks each. That's all we worth. $11 each is what you want to pay us for bauxite. For all of that damage, you're going to pay each Jamaican person 11 US for all the suffering that goes on and for all what we see, the destruction. And we're supposed to be making a profit out of that, remember. That's not just compensation for the eyesores and all the health issues and everything else. We're supposed to be making money for development going forward, aren't we? That's what the money should be doing. It's not just a compensation.
Before I let Herb jump in, I'm looking at some numbers here, and they're very, very depressing for the people of Jamaica, because
incredibly.
Because some of this, based on the number, and I'm gonna go through the numbers with you from 2017 to 2021. But based on these numbers, if they were collecting as they should, and using that money to develop Jamaica, develop the people and the resources, Jamaica wouldn't have any financial problems, or very little financial problems. And let me start with this: 2017. Earnings, annual earnings, and this I think is from the Bauxite
industry. That's institute.
Yeah. $671.4 million US, 2017. But when you look at the central government, which is Jamaican Ministry of Finance operation tables for actual revenues received, it shows $1 million.
Jamaican dollar, yeah, 1 million US. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so how can you make 671 and you pay only one?
Yeah, we need to find out.
2018 earnings for the industry was
1.2
billion US dollars, but then 2018 they paid $1 million.
Yeah.
2019 they made 814.5 million US dollars, and 2019 it's zero. 2020 $527.6 million US dollars, and it's zero. And then 2021 they made 470.7 million US dollars, and they paid 16.4, something like that. What's going on?
They need to tell us, Bill. Yeah, that's right. They need to tell us. I said on your last program, we do not have any journalism, and that's our problem, because we're not supposed to be having any discussion. This is supposed to be on TVJ, CBN. I've written to them. I've written to Mocha with this information. I sent it to Mocha, and Mocha won't do anything about it. The Integrity Commission won't do anything about it. The Public Defender, who's watching the people on the Rio Cobra, suffering every day, she won't do anything about it. All of these political appointments that they have in these bodies, they don't do anything. The country is corrupt beyond belief, mate. And I've said before. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, now the people are beginning to understand, Doc, exactly why we need this fund to fight these people in court and to bring the truth out. Because the Integrity Commission is not telling the people the truth. And none of these other organizations out there are telling the people the truth. I'm looking here, 2021, bauxite mining is still viable despite high cost of health impacts. There's no research on the health impacts. There's no research on the water, how it's impacting the water. So, I mean, what is the purpose of all these various government agencies who are supposed to be monitoring things?
Well, that's the thing. Because remember, we have NEPA, don't we? We have NEPA. So NEPA is the one, that's right. NEPA, I can't remember, National Environmental Planning Agency, something like that. So when Narendra applied for the license to mine in St. Anne, NEPA were the one who granted it. And you think, well, if you granted it, what is the basis for granting it? It must be based on money. You must be able to tell us that the benefits that we're getting must outweigh the cost. But not in Jamaica. or not in any black countries, we don't do cost of benefit. We allow these big European companies to come in and do as they please and ruin them. That's all that happens. We get exploited all the time. It's not being done. Simple as that. These organizations that they're, and they're just there, you know, your children, the advocate, all of them are just there. They don't do anything. And then you've got to remember, these are the top people, the ones who got the triple pay rise. Remember that. These are the people who got the triple pay rise. These people way at the top, along with the politicians, your judges, you know, your person at the Integrity Commission, public defender. These are the people who got the whopping big pay rises. Corruption, brethren, corruption.
And they're not telling us anything, because this Dr. Anthony Greenway, who did this study in 2021, he's saying that the effects of red dirt on Jamaica is as high as 18 billion US dollars per year.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. There you go.
You know, and I cannot begin to imagine 18 billion in effects. How is that broken down according to the bauxite being mined and the effects on people and on the environment? You know, and NEPA is supposed to be able to tell us that, but they're not saying anything.
No, you know, somebody just mentioned something in the chat room, and I remember it. NEPA comes under the office of the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So it's not a separate agency by itself acting independent out there. It comes under the office of the Prime Minister, as do, I think, 18 other agencies or 17 other agencies. I forgot the number.
Well, NEPA controls the beaches as well.
Right.
If you want to keep that in mind.
Well,
so we're having problems in all these areas.
But remember the mining, the limestone mining in the Dry Harbour Mountains, recall that? How NEPA said you can't mine there. But at the time, the Prime Minister, he could override whatever they say, because he was like the Minister of Environment. So he had the final say. So NEPA said you can't mine because of all these reasons. And he just and Holness turned around and said, look, we've got to think about economic growth and development. That's why we're doing mining. That's what he said. We need economic growth and mining. Then he went on, which nobody else picked up. He said that Jamaica will earn 636 million Jamaican, 4.5 million US per annum from the mining. 4.5 million. You're going to go and blow up our mountains and create these bloody eyesores for 4.5 million US. 4.5 million ain't money. We have houses in Jamaica worth a damn sight more than that. And not one journalist or the environmentalist kicked up a fuss about it. The other thing about it, the 4.5 million that is waxing lyrical about, is that he hasn't told the people what the quarry tax is. The quarry tax for mining is approximately 3.5%. That means that the foreign investors who are going to be mining are going to be making in the region of 130 million US, 130 million US, and we're going to get about 5 million out of it. Again, why has it been done? Because of the trucks are going to be carrying that bloody bauxite, the limestone. So we've got our local people again making good money from it. We've been sold out. We've been sold out by our own people.
Yep.
Sold out by our own black brothers and sisters. Huh? 4.5 million, and not one person said anything about it. They're going to blow up the mountains. That's what they're going to just blow them up. 4.5 million bloody US.
You know what's interesting? Our Prime Minister has been elevated to the position of the poster child for environment. He's been elevated by all these European nations, and the US as the poster child for environment for the Caribbean and other parts of the world. And this is what's going on there. Hold on one second. Let me just grab this call. Caller, go ahead, please. You're live.
Yes.
Yeah, Patrick, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I want to add something to this conversation. I think this conversation really is really too narrowly focused.
Okay.
This situation is much
more than what's being mentioned. Because first of all, no mention has been made about the IMF, right? And the role in all of this, right?
The
Then
IMF,
again,
the IMF on the
other
role
part
of in mining, bauxite mining.
with all of what's going on,
Okay.
right? Because the fact of the matter is, when I have to go back and go back to the 70s first and look at first what happened why the bauxite companies left Jamaica, right? The bauxite companies left Jamaica because there was a 3% bauxite levy against them, which they refused to pay, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was 1976. That was what Mando went to elections on, right? When he tried to avoid dealing with the IMF and the bauxite companies decided not to pay the levy, right? Because again, Jamaica was getting nothing from bauxite, absolutely nothing. And they all packed up and left. They all packed up and left Jamaica. Now they're back. Has anybody asked a question, how come they're back? Why are they back? Is conditions suiting them now why they're back?
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody asked a question? Has anybody asked a question in terms of what role the IMF has to play? Because everything changed after the 1980 elections when Jamaica entered into an agreement with the IMF, right? And everything has been going downhill from there.
So you think,
right?
Mm-hmm.
The conditions of the IMF coupled up with all this money that these so-called investors make, right? Because the investors don't come with anything, right? But they leave with profit. That's how it works, right? That's how we pay through the IMF agreements. The IMF agreements where we can't even meet the test because it's totally unrealistic. Other countries have learned from Jamaica's experience with the IMF, right? The present government and politicians in Jamaica seem to be the only ones that learning.
Well, let me
right? And of course, the Jamaicans are in total darkness when it comes to all of that.
Let me ask you this, Patrick. Where is the connection? I understand the IMF and the terms for lending, and when they talk about development and all of that, I understand that. But
listen, I don't think I have the time for going to it all right now.
Okay, because
right?
that's what I was gonna ask you to make the connection for me, to connect the dots between the IMF and the bauxite companies and the lack of levies. Why is that? How is the IMF connected to that? So if you can explain that to the audience for me, because I think some people are trying to figure out, okay, we know that IMF is involved in Jamaica, but we didn't know that they're involved to the extent that they're affecting the mining industry.
Okay. Let me see how best I can break this down as quickly as possible. Right.
And then we're gonna ask John to jump in and Herb to jump in as well. So if you can, within a short period of time, just give us the overview.
Okay. I'll go back to 1976, right? 1976, we had an election in Jamaica. It was a crucial election, right? And the election was called, if those of us who were around then, right, can recall quite clearly, the election was called early, right? Because normally the election cycle in Jamaica is 5 years. The election was called early. And it was called early because the government avoided getting into an IMF agreement, right? The whole thing about it is that the country was in a crunch because of the old gas situation, right, which was the old fuel situation that was becoming an extra burden. So the whole thing of foreign exchange become premium, right? Because in order for the country to really survive, it has to be, in a position that it can earn the foreign exchange to pay for its imports and so on, right? And the main import was oil, right? That was what was sending us into a slump more than anything else. Now, what happened is that Manley refused to get into an IMF agreement unless he got the mandate from the people, right? And that's how the election was called early. So he he moved away from the IMF and campaigned against that. Then what happened is, right, that after the election, right, no, well, also part of the issue with the Bauxite was that we were not getting anything from it. So he introduced a 3% levy, right, in order to get something, so that we could at least have something to go towards paying our bills, right? Because getting that 3% levy would mean 3% in foreign exchange money, in foreign exchange earning, right? No, that never happened. The Bauxite companies left, right? Which set us back in terms of earnings, but not too much, because we wasn't getting anything before, really. We wasn't really getting anything before. So the Bauxite companies were there and we weren't earning anything. We were just looking for an opportunity to earn. So with them leaving, of course, and as I said, I'm trying to be as concise as possible, because there's actually more to it, right? But just for that part, right, in terms of the IMF and the IMF role. Now, it meant that from 1977 until 1980, right, there was no IMF agreement. We were totally on our own, right, and trying to fend our way, right? And of course, the hardship continued, right? Now, that is what made the 1980 elections so critical, right? And of course, the JLP went out, went all out to try and win 1980 elections. But we all know the outcome. The JLP won. And when the JLP won, this is what happened. The JLP immediately went into a new IMF agreement. So we're getting into the IMF for the first time. Now, here's what happens with going into an IMF agreement. The first condition is, right, that we have to devalue the dollar. Right? That's the first condition. That's a mandatory thing once you're going into an agreement with the IMF. Right? So right there, you're starting in a deficit. Right? The second thing is, an IMF agreement does not guarantee you funds. It doesn't come with funds. IMF don't lend money. Right? It's all a credit system. Right? And what happens is that when you have an IMF agreement, then it opens the doors for you to get loans from like the World Bank and so on, because they work in tandem. That is really how it works, right? Now, what happened is that after last week's show, I decided to call my friend in Jamaica, right, who is a senator, right? And I laid it out to him, right, in terms of what happened, and asked him what has changed in terms of the IMF, right? And his response to me was, everything pretty much the same. Nothing has changed, right? It's the same process of operation, right? And then he went further and explained to me how they have failed, or the Jamaican government has failed all the IMF tests, all of them, right? And with each IMF test that you fail, it means that there are new conditions, there are harsher conditions, and so on, right? And that is why progressively, right, we are in this slump. You cannot rely on what is being published in the Gleaner, what is being published and so on. There's a whole lot that's not being said. It's a whole lot not being understood.
Okay.
Right? That's the best I can do in a short explanation. But you know, this is how it is. So the doctor is right. He's right on everything in terms of its findings and the box. What you all don't realize is why. And I'll end it right there.
All right, John, you want to jump in on that?
We understand why. We understand why. It's for the foreigners to get rich at our expense. Simple. It happens in Jamaica. It happens throughout the Caribbean. It happens throughout Africa. We just exploit it. With the IMF, the World Bank, the system is created. It's just for us to be exploited. Our currencies are worth nothing. They devalue for no reason. And they said, and none of what we produce has any value until it leaves our countries. What do you have to say on that?
You know, I hear what Patrick is saying, but I was just looking where the IMF executive board approved a US $520 million financial assistance to meet urgent balance of payments. This is in May of 2020.
Yeah,
I guess
COVID.
that's in line. Yeah, that's in line with the COVID.
That's right.
So it was a request for emergency financial assistance, and the urgent balance of payments needs stemming from COVID-19 pandemic. So they did get some money because of the IMF approval. Now, whether it was the World Bank that gave it to them or the IMF, I mean, it's neither here or there. But IMF said they could have the emergency funds under the conditions that IMF had laid down. Strangely enough, the IMF at the same time had also told Jamaica, from what I read, they could not build any new bridges. They couldn't even fix the bridges that were falling down in the river, right? So seems that the IMF have us completely tied up in knots, right? They give us money on an emergency basis, but at the same time, we can't use the reserves to fix bridges and roads, right? So the Chinese come in and they do it and take our real estate along with it.
Hold that point, Herb. Hold that point about the Chinese. We're gonna get there, but hold on one second. I just want to make there's a call on the line. Hello. Yeah.
Yes, man.
Yes, hold on one second. Let me just make a I remember back in Jamaica that because Patrick just said that that Manly raised it, and Patrick, I know you're listening. Manly raised it by 3%, and they packed up and they left. But I seem to recall that back in the early 70s, Manly asked for a 51% ownership.
Yeah, it wasn't 3%. That's right. It wasn't 3%.
But he did get it. He did get it. Because I'm looking at I remember that he got it, and that really ticked off the
foreign companies.
The companies, because one of the things at that time was that they could have gotten bauxite from Guyana and Australia, but they had to mine for it. Whereas the bauxite in Jamaica, I was told that it was like topsoil.
That's right. It's called open cast mining. It's the easiest way. You just remove the topsoil and it's there for you. It's very, very easy.
And that's one of the reasons why Jamaica was unique.
Number one in the world.
Yeah,
it was number one in the world.
Yeah, and Amanda realized it, and it was uniquely positioned for him to say, I want 51% or go somewhere else. Because they knew that going somewhere else, it wouldn't be as profitable as in Jamaica. So I just wanted to make that statement. I know Patrick said that the 3% was later on. But I think it was 72 or so that Jamaica got that 51%. But in any event, caller, the conversation is spurred on now by that. We have a call. Let me just take this quick call, Herb.
Okay, all right.
Because we have to get to the Chinese part of it as well. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Good evening. Good evening to your guests.
Good evening.
What I want to ask is, so you're not getting any money for your natural resources. So why wouldn't the government pivot to say, all right, let us make some finished goods out of this bauxite. Let us manufacture a needle. Let us manufacture bicycle spokes. Let us manufacture pots. Then you add value to your natural resources, and you can sell some finished goods on the international market to export. It's like these people are stuck in medieval backwardness. I'm telling you, the only thing Mr. Ratty and what Mr. John said, you have to go put them people up on the wall. I tell you, because them now go come out. Yeah, it's like, you don't know you're going to dislodge them. For real, It's like ticks.
We have to try. We have to try.
Put them on the wall, brother. That's the only thing for them,
God willing, we'll get there. So thank you for the call, all right?
Yeah, take care.
Right. Let me just add this. There's something else I remember back in the 70s, that there was a push to have a converter to convert alumina to aluminum in Jamaica. I think Venezuela was involved and some other countries, and for some reason it didn't happen. It happened in Florida. So they were shipping out alumina, converting it to aluminum, and they were bringing it back to Jamaica, and we were paying an exorbitant price. And people were saying, "Well, we don't understand this. The raw material came from Jamaica, so why are we paying so much for it? Why don't we have I think it's a smelter. So why don't we have it here?" And there was a whole lot of talk about it. But there's as a friend of mine would say, there's a lot of skullduggery going on in this industry, and we need to get to the bottom of it. Finish. Please go ahead.
I think you need a smelter that 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit to convert the bauxite into aluminum. I think that's how it works, right? Back in the 70s with Michael Manley, if you remember, Doc, I don't know if you can recall, Manley had a plan where he called together all the bauxite companies and he says, listen, guys, Jamaica is not getting its fair share from the bauxite, which is our leading product. He says, from here on out, I have experts here who will tell you how much to mine, what to mine, where to mine. All right. And then we're going to mine enough so that Jamaica gets its profits and you get your profits. And I remember they tried to bring this New York federal judge down to negotiate with Michael. And Michael told him at the time, I'm sorry, negotiations are over. We're going to claim 51%, which is in fact nationalization of the bauxite industry. Because now you're the majority owner and you're telling them what to do. So he would not negotiate. And therein started a process that they would begin to undermine the Manley government. And of course, the rest is history. You know, the killing started, the undermining process where you could not get materials or certain goods into Jamaica. All of that was going on. And the government was doomed to failure. Because once the undermining began, along with it came the crime and the destructiveness of crime. They knew exactly where to hurt you. And that's something that the intelligence community is very good at. Knowing exactly where to inflict damage enough to bring your government down. And that's what happened to the Manley government. By 1980, they were toast. And Siaga just walked in winning the election.
You know, I mean, we can take this conversation in a myriad of directions, any direction, and it smells of corruption. Any direction you take this conversation to. Somebody, Jabem president, the beach environmental guy, Dr. Taylor, just send me something. And this is accurate because we've been speculating how many agencies actually fall within the office of the Prime Minister, and it's 19. 19 agencies, including NEPA, by the way.
Yeah. All the ones that matter, all the ones that have high importance fall under the Prime Minister.
Yeah. This is
deceptive.
It's effective. It's effective.
Yeah.
But I hope the Jamaican people, I hope they're watching this program. I hope they're understanding what's going on. And I have a very, very dear listener. She just sent me something to make some corrections. I won't call her name, but I hope they understand that when you can have your natural resources being handed over to foreigners, whether it's tourism or mining or whatever, and you essentially get zero, where is the prosperity in all of that?
Exactly.
Where is the promised prosperity?
But that's the problem, Will, because you have some of your callers are ringing and saying that why doesn't the government do this, that, and whatever? They're not going to do it. It's not in their interest. They're not there to do that. They're not in government for us. They're not. People just have to understand the JLP and the PNP are not in power for us. It's simple. The mining is one aspect. The debt is another aspect where we spent, I said, we had a debt of 2 trillion. I just looked the other day, a couple of days ago. It's now 2.2 trillion.
Mr.
Hold on.
And they spent over 3 trillion. How can you spend over $3 trillion? Where's that money gone? Everything that they do is not for the benefit of the country. Renewable energy, they're trying to put that into the hands of the of foreign investors. We moved from oil when we're getting cheap oil from Venezuela, and because the Americans don't like the Venezuelans, they switched us over now to LNG from America, and now we have some of the most expensive electricity in the world. And then we have a prime minister who then turns around and says, "Oh, we're having LNG because we're going to get cheaper electricity, and also it's green and sustainable." How can that be sustainable without buying another fossil fuel? And this man's calling it green and sustainable. Somebody just woke up here. I should watch my blood pressure.
Yeah, I saw that. Somebody must watch your blood pressure. Hold on one second. We have a caller. Caller, go ahead, please. I think this is Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Herb Nelson, and your esteemed guest.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rattigan, the question I want to ask this evening is it?
Yes.
The Prime Minister have 19 offices underneath his belt.
Yes.
Is there somewhere in the Constitution where the Prime Minister is breaching the Constitution at this moment? Why can't he give members of his party or include the opposition in his cabinet then? Why he alone have 19 critical office under his belt? Or is there something wrong somewhere?
Well,
something is fundamentally wrong somewhere. And if we're going to continue like this as a people, and they're talking about a 2030 vision, and they're talking about constitutional reform in this country, when our Prime Minister decides he's going to have 19 officers in his belt, and our people can have access to our beaches.
Yeah, that's
and the world-class tourism minister up and down and getting all these accolades and all these shibangarang and all these gorangarang. And our people in our country can't access our beaches. When the politicians give us stress, we can't go to the beaches and sit down and relax. We can't do it anymore. Because most of the beaches are owned by the people of the Vumvava and the Vumvaveen. What is going on, Mr. Rattigan? Are we going to sit down in this country and continue to chat and talk and just chat?
Well, we're going to do something about it. I'll tell you what, Mr. Tavares, can you hold? Let me just take this call coming in from Jamaica. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the Bauxite level thing we not talk about a while ago. You know, Robert Mansfield was the Minister of Mining at the time when he said it would lift the Bauxite level, and when the people that make profit, Jamaica that benefit from that. So from about, I think at 2017 or 2018, he did that, and from there, he just go down the drain.
Okay. You have a question for us?
Yeah, man, check with.
No, I said you have a question for us. That's just a comment you want to make.
Just a comment you want to make. But what you need to do, please get Ralston Iman or the opposition finance minister on the line, and then them can tell you exactly from when them list the levy and so them will benefit more from the profit. And remember when them asked him in a parliament, him said Jamaica will benefit more from whenever they make profit. So the opposition finance minister said to him, so what if they don't make no profit as where you expect? Or it go? No, they're not gonna make profit and Jamaica go better off. So they might list the levy.
But what was it? Let me ask you, what was the, assuming that what you're saying is correct, and I have no reason to doubt it because I don't have any evidence otherwise, but what was the rate that they agreed on that? Okay, we'll lift the levy and we'll do it based on a profit basis, that if you make certain amount, then we will collect them. We will get a certain percentage of that revenue. Do you know what that agreement called for?
No. Honestly, I never know the percentage of profit for them to get half right.
Okay.
But upset at the time because when we hear it, me after them brother move away. What kind of thing is them do? Me the see it as a big no, and Jamaica go lose a whole heap of money because you can't get push but at all. All right.
Right. No, you're right. And what I'll do is I'll certainly reach out to those gentlemen and see if they'll come on and add further clarity to something that's just really, really cloudy. Well, I should say add clarity to it because it's just cloudy. Because what we've done is we've exposed the deficiencies between the earnings and the levies. And we're asking, the question now is, where did that money go? Right? Because we know money was made because these companies, these multinational corporations, they don't stay in a country and mine if they're not making. Right? So we know that they were making money, but the question is, where is the money? Where is our share of that money? And we don't see it. Right? So look, thanks.
Well, they don't know.
Go ahead.
Yes, man, but they use them majority and hold on the finance, the opposition finance minister at the time did ask about it, and then knock bench and say, like them say, you don't know what I'm talking about. We're gonna make more money than the collective levy.
Okay. Well, we'll look into that, but thanks for the your contribution.
See, the point is, what I have with the levy is that it's just way, way too low anyway, Will. That is the problem. It's just way, way too low. What Manley did was right when he wants 50%. We should get at least 50%. If the earnings are $1 billion, how can we only get $1 million? We should be getting at least half a billion from it. It's our bauxite. And we're the ones who suffer it.
And that's why Jeffrey Tavares' point is well taken, that we need to start. Not only do we need to start asking questions, we need to start coming up with a strategic way to deal with this, to figure out how do we get this money back, because we know the money was made, we know there were earnings, right?
Yeah.
So the question that we have to ask is, well, wait a minute, like you said, how come they made $1 billion, but the Jamaican government got $1 million?
Yes, ma'am. And they said,
I think a billion is 1,000 million. Am I correct?
Yes, 1,000 million. That's right. So we got 0.1%.
1,000 million is $1 billion, and
yes,
that's
so
what they paid that one. And it's our product.
Yeah. But listen. If we look at strategically what is being said to maintain the industry and to take care of the health condition of the people of Jamaica, and to take care of the water systems and all the other affected environment, what's needed is 18 million US dollars.
Billion
annually, right? So if that's what's needed, let them show us how their balance, how this thing is coming out.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what's funny? The other day when SSL broke, right? They brought in a forensics company,
right,
from the UK. The name escapes me now, but they brought in this company. I would have loved for that company to say, well, we're going to take a look at, although it wasn't their mandate. But maybe that's what we should do. Bring a company in and start having them ask the questions and go through the books.
Well, yeah, we're supposed to have a forensic audit of energy, mining, and the debt. Those three things I said I've written to Mocha, and I said to Mocha, I requested that they have to have the Auditor General to have a forensic audit of all of them, because something's wrong. We can see something's wrong. The country's not. The Prime Minister said earlier in the year that he said something like, what is it? We are running the country so well that the average Jamaican does not have to contemplate paying tax. Now I have a big problem with that. First of all, we all pay tax because we all pay GCT. You know how many times I've been into a shop and forgotten about GCT? See the thing for $500 and give $500 and they tell me 600 and change. So we're all paying tax. That's the first thing. So you're talking rubbish as usual. The second thing, the biggest problem I have is this. Everybody should want to pay tax because that means you're earning good money. If you're earning good money, you pay tax because how do you run a country? You run a country on your taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica doesn't get any taxes in. That's why we're in this hole. That's why we have tiny budgets. If we had people earning good money, and you don't earn good money in a coal bloody centre, do you? And you don't earn it working in tourism. If you had manufacturing, more digital economies, then we would be making good money, wouldn't we? And people be paying taxes, and we'd have money to run the country properly.
Now, isn't this the same prime minister who said that the country is not being run well because the politicians are not paid? Adequately. On one hand, it's running well, but on the other hand, and he came back and he said a few weeks after he made that speech saying that the country is not running well because you get what you pay for, right? And we're not being paid enough. A few weeks later, what did he say? He said a testament to how the country is being run well is the fact that we were able to give civil servants a pay raise. So which is it? It's not running well when it comes to their salary, but it's running well because we gave them, and it's running well because people can pay taxes. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You know, I don't know, John, if you were watching my little piece about my clerks. I don't know if you watch it. But Jamaican people, just remember this for the next election. Just remember this. Do not forget where you came from. Don't let some cheap politician come to you wearing a pair of clerks and trying to identify with you. Because guess what? How many times have you seen him wearing that pair of clerks after the election? How many times?
It's an
election ploy, right? And the songs that they're singing, how many times you hear them singing it in the churches up in the rich people's neighborhood? How many times you hear them singing those hymns and those revival songs? They don't. They don't. So what we need is a mature and we need an educated populace. We need people to start thinking about their interests. Start thinking, why is it that Jamaica is being fleeced by these mining companies? Why is it that they're making $1 billion and we're getting 1 million? And in some years they're making hundreds of millions and we're getting zero. Why?
Because we don't have any journalism, Will. We all know the politicians are criminals. That's what they do. They're criminals, right? But the problem is that journalism, that's their job. Their job is to tell the people so the people can keep these people accountable. That's the job of a journalist. Now, as you know, I sent all this
investigative journalism.
We don't have any of it. I mean, I sent in all. Can I mention names here or not? Can I mention them? Yeah, I can mention. Right. So at what's the name? Nadine Spence, Dr. Nadine Spence. She's on the CRC, the Constitutional Board Monarchy. I asked her a question when they came to Montego Bay. I asked her a question, and she said, "Okay, send me the information." So the same information that you've got there, Will, all that stuff about the mining and the debt and clean energy, or everything she has. She got the information. She wrote back to me, sent everything to her. I haven't heard anything from her. Now I've got a brethren who went to another one of these CRC meetings. And he asked her, why hasn't she replied to my emails? You know what she said? Because I wrote too many. Will, I sent you a lot of emails, haven't I? Mm-hmm. Or not? I think you sent them to her. And you sat down and you've read them, haven't you? And I don't remember you ever saying to me, I sent you too many. But she's a journalist, remember? She's a journalist.
Yes.
And she's on CPM and she does that panel discussion. Why does she have a panel discussion about these things? But no, her excuse or reason is I sent her too much information, too many emails. That is the journalism that we have in the country. So the people are never going to learn. We don't have any education. That's the biggest problem. Education is poor. And then the people are given misinformation all the time from our journalists, all the time. On Monday, there's going to be a TVJ documentary about the Windalco poisoning of the Rio Cobre.
Fish kill.
That's right, the fish kill. TVJ and many others have all this information that you guys have got, and they will not mention Windalco being unprofitable, and they will not mention how much money does Windalco pay in for the bauxite levy. That will not come up. All they'll talk about is the environment and all that kind of stuff. But they will not talk about the nuts and bolts of the matter, is how much does Windalco pay for the bauxite? Because if it's not paying for the bauxite, there's no reason for that company to be here poisoning our river and destroying the lives of our people. Now, you mentioned about NEPA and our beaches. It's the same thing with our rivers. The lady told me that at the weekends, that's where they used to go and enjoy themselves swimming in the Rio Cobre, because they haven't got the money to get on a bus to go to Ocherius and go down there. So they get their little bit of enjoyment in the river. It's gone. They can't use it anymore. What value do you put on that now? And you're going to talk about criminality as well. When boys should be there swimming and doing that stuff, they could be out there causing all kinds of rumpus elsewhere, can't they?
Now, hold on one second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. I was wondering about the methodology that you use to get the information from Fin Partners. Cannot that same way that you got their tax statement from any U.S. company to see, you know, their import and export data and the funds that they make? And then for countries like for China and Russia, where they may not be forthcoming, could we not check the amount of bauxite that was export and then calculate the actual cost and the money that was made, so then we could do our own forensic auditing to figure out how much money was being made if the government is not forthcoming? And I was following up on last week about this crown land that was offered to the Chinese. I was thinking about this 1,200 acres of land that was given. I was thinking that if this land is not as barren as Mars, where did they put people that were living on this land? So I was just wondering, some of those land displacement of residents, where could they have actually gone? So that was my thought. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, regarding the methodology of acquiring information from the U.S. government, it's fairly straightforward. We can do that. But then keep in mind, I'm only one person. Herb is only one person. Mm-hmm. We're getting a lot of information from Jamaicans living in Jamaica about corruption. And that's why it's so important for us to have this foundation, because then we can actually pay people. We won't be paid because we're directors, so we won't be paid. But we can actually pay people to actually do some of this work and come up with all the things that you just mentioned. And then we can present it to the people. And if need be, we take it to court. At the very least, we'll get public relations mileage out of it. The displacement piece, I'm not sure, but the government promised, 70,000 houses or something like that? That's something that we need to look into. Caller, hold on one second. Caller, go ahead, please. Caller, hang up. They'll call back. Yeah, but this idea of hiding information in Jamaica, that's fine, because you're dealing with an American company and they have to provide that information to the US government under the penalty of perjury. And so even if they lie, they're not going to make outrageous lies like they do in Jamaica. They're not going to do that. They'll make some lies that is within a range of acceptability, right? They'll put something inside there, and then they'll go back and then they'll make their changes, and that will be acceptable. But the information is still there. We can get that information, because once an American company does business with a non-US company, that information is captured and stored within the US government. So we can get that information. But again, caller, I need you to support the foundation when we go online, because only with your support that we'll be able to do all of this stuff we'll try to do all of these things at the same time. As for now, we can only do one at a time. So we're on to Kamina, we're on to something. Is there something brewing? I can't say what it is right now because it's still half-baked, but it's going to be a bombshell when it drops. So we're working with some attorneys on that, and enough said about that. Herb, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I can hear the frustration in Dr. Lennon.
Let me just stop you 1 second. I think the person is calling back. Caller, go ahead, please.
So, Ratty,
Yes, sir.
you know, I am listening to you guys, man. I think to do all of them things that we discuss, what you guys have discussed, I think you have to revamp the whole justice system at Jamaica.
Well, if that's what we have to do, well, we'll just do it.
Yeah, well, because the whole of them corrupt from top to bottom. Because just the whole idea of the Bauxite by the cockpit country. How could you, after injunction is made, how could you now just go ahead and give people leeway to go dig up the people in place?
Yeah. Exactly right. Exactly right.
I agree. Anything else you want to say?
I'm just here. Just go ahead and discuss. Enjoy what you're doing.
All right. Take care of yourself, my brother.
100% right.
You know, somebody just put in the thing, just put in the chat. Hold on a second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, I'm calling about the profit they're not making on the Bauxite. Those guys, they can cook the books, so you never know. You can make the number say anything you want them to say, and then when it comes down, they don't make a profit. They can put it out in expenses, and if you don't check, you never know.
Well, here's the thing. When you start collecting, when you have earnings of 1,000 million,
yes,
and you're paying a levy of 1 million,
yes,
it's kind of hard for you to hide that kind of money. It's kind of hard for you to cook the books because they have a profession called forensic accountancy, right? Where we have people who that's what they're trained to do, follow the money, and it's hard for you to hide the money from those folks. And let me just say that the idea that somebody would say, well, there's corruption everywhere and that doesn't matter to me.
That's right.
When they say that, oh, there's corruption in America, fine, there's corruption in America. I don't care about that. I'm talking about Jamaica. Let's keep the focus where it should be. Because
I understand, but that's simple to find out because in Discovery Bay, if you put a scale going out to that ship and every ton of bauxite going out on there is weighed, you know how many tons.
Right.
A bauxite come out the country, and that's simple stuff.
Yeah, but I said something last week on Andre's program, and I'll say it again for my program. Greed is like salt water. The more you drink of it, the thirstier you get. Yes, these guys, they don't know when to stop. So even if they ship off stuff that they did not account for, they're not stopping. Because as they taught me in the FBI, a criminal will always be a criminal. That's his way of life. That's in his blood. You're not going to be stealing millions, and then you just say, you know what, that's it, I'm done. Very few people do that. Yes, you have people will do it, but that's in the minority. Most people will continue because that's their lifestyle. So they will continue doing it. Yeah, somebody mentioned Scroll Associates, thanks. And somebody also Smelter versus Converter. My brethren Eddie.
I was going to mention.
So, you know, and the idea that somebody's going to come in now and try and sabotage the conversation by saying, well, corruption is going on in Jamaica, in America. So then what does that mean? That we should say, okay, it's happening in America, so we should just accept it in Jamaica. Is that the idea?
No, we're not going to accept it in Jamaica.
No, not you. It's not you.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's not you. No. I was making a comment about something else, but it's not you. But I understand your point that you know, they're going to try and shield and cover and cloak and hide all of this. But there's only so much that they can do. I'm sure you've heard of the stories about drug dealers who end up with room full of money. You know, they have money from floor to ceiling and they can't do anything with it because you can't go out and buy a car, a Lamborghini with cash for $100 and something, $200,000-$300,000. It's going to trigger an investigation. They can't do it. So they have the money and know that's when they have to try and wash it.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to have to try and do. Right. And the other thing too is that another easy tactic is to look and say, okay, you have a politician in Jamaica. He's been in politics 10 years. He has no other source of income except politics. Right. His wife doesn't work. His kids, they go to the best schools. He's driving fancy cars and eating at fancy restaurants and all that stuff. And then you come to find out that he also has property in Miami. right? So now you start saying, well, where did this come from? That's an easy one to figure out. And then also you go back and you look at his statutory declaration and say, okay, what did he tell the Jamaican government that he's in possession of? And then his records here, they're very easy. And if you think that buying something else in somebody's name is going to shield you, nah. I know people here who want to start doing the link charts and they start looking at relationships. They'll figure out who's the true owner. So that's not a problem. What I'm going to ask you to do is support the foundation when it comes on.
I will. You know what I'm asking you to do? Send out a mailing address or a PO box so I can send the checks.
No, I'll take care. I'll take care of that. Once we get the letter, once I have that letter in my hand and I go to the bank and take care of all the particulars, then I'll make the announcement how people can actually contribute, and there will be several ways. All right.
Yes. I'm gonna contribute. That's not even a question.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Thank you so much for the call. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Same here.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, Herb, you were saying something before I interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that, reflecting on Dr. Lennon's various prognostications that we're looking at, he has been the only person of culture to come out and say what's wrong in Jamaica, right? Other than our programs, he's the only standout that has names and conditions. Of course, we got a few people at UWI that talks to integrity, and we have some other folks that speaks to corruption in a nice way. But we need to get the big boys. If it's NIA, I don't know if you've talked to NIA, Doc.
I have.
You have. Okay. So what's wrong with these people who are getting funding to actually bring court cases to fight these things, right? We should not be the Lone Rangers riding into town and trying to arrest the conditions that are so corrupt that it's unbelievable. Because when I looked at the Bauxite thing, like most people are reflecting now, it is unbelievable.
It is.
Nobody wants to believe we're not making any money. And I said, how can that be? Let me look at this. But when I say if I'm a CEO,
1 second, please.
And you're telling me it's gonna cost me $18 million or $1 billion to operate based on these conditions, then I have got to find out how much intake do I need to pay that money and to garner a profit for the people doing it and for the local folks.
Yeah.
But you're saying to me now the only local folks operating are driving the trucks for politicians, right? Rumor mill is ripe with who at the highest levels of the country have investments in mining, right? That's making a profit while the rest of the country going dark, while people are dying like crazy because they can't eat.
Hold up.
They can't fish.
Hold up,
right?
Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Rattigan, to you and Herb and our learned panel, the panel in general.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to, just want to say something quickly. Just I won't even stay long. Just quickly, I'd say, if the government believes they're gonna go in the cockpit country, especially the areas as in a compound town, and walk over the Maroon community, they have another thing coming, and I hope they're listening. Because a lot of us will use the skills that we have to defend the Maroon community. Thank you very much, sir, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your call.
Well, it should never come to that, though, should it? As Herb just said it more eloquent than I put it. I talked about a cost-benefit analysis. That's what Herb is saying. The costs are 18 billion. You've got to show us that you're making then 20 billion to cover it. You must make a profit. And it's simple. Show us these figures. And that's all we need. We don't need to have in fights or anything. We just need the information. How hard is that? We shouldn't have to be fighting to get this. And I said, they're mining right now. The injunction was lifted and they're mining in St. Anne just by the cockpit country. And we're not going to get any money for it. I mean, it's beyond outrageous. I just don't understand how us Jamaicans can just sit back and be just so blasé about it. You'll give them the information and it's like it goes in one ear and goes out the other. I just don't get it. Because we need to do something. We have to help these people in these areas, in these bauxite areas. We must help them.
They've been beaten up for so long.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they just accept it, that it's fait accompli.
Yeah.
Whatever will be, will be. And you can't live like that.
No.
You know, these people are dying of diseases brought on by the mining, and they don't even know what's wrong with them.
Well, I'm from Thompson. I was born in England, but when my parents came back, we went to rural Clarendon, Thompson Town. That's up in the Moko Mountains, and the Moko Mountains were mined, and they only stopped mining there 20 years ago. They stopped mining in 2003. They stopped mining there. So I go through the area at least half a dozen times a year, and there's nothing there you can say that from mining that you're thinking, okay, then this area now looks prosperous after mining. Now, in 2021, the head of the CEO of JET, Diana McCauley, I think that's the name, she was on all angles and actually said that you can actually see the benefits of mining, of bauxite mining. That's what she said. You can see the benefits of it. This is somebody who worked for JET, who's been since 2006. I've been talking about not opposing bauxite, but talking about bauxite. And that is her conclusion, that we can see the benefits of mining. But she should go up to Moko, right? She should go there.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a child, there's a wooden police station there, right? A wooden police station. It's still there now. And I remember a few years ago, I was looking at this building thinking, that can't still be used. Anyway, one day I was having a drink in Moko and I thought, you know what, let me just have a wander up there and go and have a look at this police station. So I went up there and lo and behold, it wasn't being used because it's all rotting away and falling apart. So I'm thinking, well, where the hell's the new police station? Because I know it's around here. So I looked up the hill 20 meters away. You know what I saw? 2 bloody shipping containers. That's what they put the police in 2017. Shipping containers.
And that's what the police were using.
Yeah. And this is Moko, right? This is Moko, where I'm saying that you should be prosperous now from mining. There's nothing.
And he wants to use those shipping containers to build 70,000 homes so people can live in.
Right.
It's
crazy. Anyway, we have a call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Prosperity.
Caller. Caller muted.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Greetings
please.
Again.
Greetings. Go ahead.
All right. Dr. Leonard, it is?
Lennon.
Okay, Lennon. All right. So I hear the objectives, the different ramifications, and all of these things. What I want to focus on a little bit now is the solution.
Okay.
So the first question we ask is if you have an environmental organization set up here in Jamaica.
When you say environmental organization, you mean like an agency that's responsible for monitoring the environment?
Yeah, because you see, like how JET set up now. Where my experience and my observation, JET will go or do what they can, but we need other environmental group or organization that is committed or even more committed than a JET. So that's the premise I'm looking at it from.
Well, I think it's abundantly clear that the government is not going to police itself the way people would like it to be policed. And so it looks like we're going to have an organization like the one we're setting up in the diaspora, which will be free from influence, fear, friendship, favor. And then we can look at things objectively and pursue them aggressively, either through public relations, the court system, or trying to get donor countries and donor agents to rethink their position on Jamaica. So that's where we are.
As the people, what I see here, the ones who are so-called in this environment, lobby. I say all the time, anything or any individual that can be bought can be sold. It can be sold, it will be bought. And so the solution is not the current ones that we have here. We have to now look at things. So like you said, Ratty, you are looking into having something set up, because when information like this come about, we must now look to see how we're going to have solutions implemented so that we have prevention of reoccurrence. I think that says it well, so I'm left it right there for now.
Okay.
About when the nation that one.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself.
I think we have to have a new constitution, don't we? Well, our health's gone. Yeah. Without a new constitution, we need a new constitution to protect our resources. If our resources were protected, we wouldn't be having this discussion. In Norway, somebody sent me a YouTube video about oil in Norway, and the oil is owned by the people. So whatever happens, if a foreign company comes in, it's like they rent out. They rent out the oil to them. So it's up to them how they want to utilize it. But at the end of the day, the people own it, and so they have to get a whopping big share of the money, and that's how it should be. And we can only have that if we own our resources, and we don't. We have to own our bauxite, and we can make the decision, which looks like that we shouldn't mind from the figures that we just mentioned, 18 billion for your health. Evidently that we should have bauxite. Now, people are going to say, well, people are going to lose their jobs. You have to think, are these jobs are destroying people's livelihoods, you're destroying parcels of Jamaica. That's not a job.
Right.
It's not a job, unfortunately. You feel sorry that they'll lose their jobs, but it's not a real job. I feel sorry for them because they think that they are aiding Jamaica. They think that these people aid in Jamaica and helping it grow, like Holness tells us about development and growth in the economy. And it's completely the opposite. It's doing the opposite it's doing.
All right. All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's really sad what's happening to those people.
Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a little sad for what's happening to those people in those areas that are
a little bit louder.
Turn up my phone. Yeah, I'm saying it's a little sad. It's a little sad for what's happening to those people in the mining areas. I mean, a bunch of them, they are reinforcing their doors, windows, using fabrics to cover it. The dust is still coming and they're getting sick, and it's almost like they're just dying slowly. And the government is not doing anything about it. Let me talk about a couple other things, and then I'll ask Mr. Lennon a question at the end. As far as journalism, I'm sorry, Ratty, but you and Herb and the group of guys that you guys work with, you need obviously money from this IRS approved stuff that you mentioned earlier today to go after these people, because journalism is just not going to get it done. Journalism in Jamaica is almost like it's dead. It's almost like they're a part of it and they're protecting the politicians. Now, another thing I want to talk about, the gentleman that spoke about the 3% is, I don't buy the 3% number. I think Herb is right when he said, for example, that the Manley government came in and took over a controlling interest into the bauxite industry. And if you guys remember well, at the time, bauxite was the top foreign exchange earner. At the time, we didn't have tourism and remittances and stuff like that. And a lot of things that the Manley administration used to do, they used to feed money back into the system as far as funding Jamal, funding the school feeding program, giving uniforms, and even helping kids in post-secondary education. So to me, the 3% stuff just doesn't work for me unless the guy comes back and explains it, but it just doesn't work. I think Herb is correct there. One thing I want to ask Mr. Leonard, though, I remember when the Seaga administration came into office, and I guess the US government, I guess as a thank you gift, they ordered a whole lot of bauxite stuff from Jamaica, as it's, I guess, some type of thank you for Seaga for wresting power away from Manly. I mean, can you explain that, and how much money did the government actually earn from that? Because it was like hundreds of millions of dollars or maybe $1 billion. Mr. Lennon, can you explain that? Do you remember that? Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir.
No, I don't, because one thing I found that I don't go off and do the history like that. I'm talking about what's happening right now. Talking about what Manly did, which was good. As I said, it was more than 50% we got for it because it's nationalised. That's why he nationalised it. So we got a chunk of it, like I mentioned with what they do in Norway, which is right, you nationalise it. You do not put it into the hands of foreign investors because we know exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to loot, and we'll be left with the, with all the costs are left at our doorstep. So, no, I don't know what happened back in when Seaga was in power. But as I said earlier on, that when you look at the fiscal policy papers, when the PNP were in charge, were in power, they left in 2016, wasn't it, when the JLP won, March 2016. Yeah,
right,
so,
right.
That's right. So if you look at that fiscal policy paper then, the one that the PNP put out, you will see projections. And the projection between 2017 to 2020, those 3 years, the projection was 11 billion Jamaican dollars. That's what they projected. When the JLP came into power and they put their new projections in for that period, it was down to 231 million Jamaican. So the PNP had a projection of 11,000 million, and the JLP's projection is 131 million. Can somebody explain that to me, please? What happened? I do know one thing happened was Gisco, something happened, it wasn't Gisco at the time, but one of the bauxite companies stopped producing, I think it was 2018. But that does not account for your earnings going from 11 billion to 131. Why as soon as you come into power, these numbers have changed, and you've gone from 4 billion in 1 year to zero. PNP added at 4 billion for 1 year, and yet the JLP added to zero. These things have to be explained.
It's called obfuscation, Doc. This is why you put all this smoke screen up there, so because you don't want transparency. If you get transparency, you can track along and follow the budget. But once you throw that stuff up and you reduce the amount drastically, you're telling the country you're going to be spending money elsewhere. But there's no transparency. And that's the problem we have today with these people. They have absolutely no transparency, and we don't know where our money's going.
No, we don't.
And our ineffective ministries are not taking care of the people or the environment.
Hold on one second.
No, they're not taking care of the people.
All right, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Brother Ratty. Yeah, man. You see when I tell you must go background of Michael Manley. No, you are just getting there, man. I enjoy this program because everything to sabotage Michael Mann. If Michael Manley was alive today, it would be different. No, you're getting down it. Man, I'm enjoying the program now.
All right.
All right. We'll talk next week.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man.
All right, thanks. Take care. Let me, John, are you familiar with a company called Concord Resources Limited?
Oh yeah, they're the company that owns Noranda. Is that right? Yeah, they're in Britain. They're a British company.
Yeah, a listener a viewer just sent me this saying that according to the records, they own 49%, and the government of Jamaica owns 51%.
51%, that's right.
And that 62% of the U.S. import bauxite is from Jamaica. So where is the money?
We need to know, Will. We need to know. Because we, the people, are not getting it, and it's just bloody wrong, isn't it? It's wrong.
How can you own 51% of something, and you own two people own it, 149, 151. The one with the 49%, they're collecting millions, and the majority, yeah, is collecting zero.
I don't know, Will.
Now you see, Will, we don't know how the funding and all of these other projects where they pay themselves all these fantastic pay raises. We don't know where the source of all that funding is coming from. I would have to go back and go over the budget with a fine-tooth comb to see if he even explains how things are being funded, and ask for the opportunity to give the public some software so they can track along with the budget that he just declared. Right? So this is the problem. And maybe they ought to somebody ought to pay Kroll some extra money and say, look, if you can tell us the answers to where the government is hiding money, let's see what happens with SSL, right? Because I still believe to this date, with the government accounts in SSL, a lot of money that disappeared may have gone to rebalancing those accounts, right? We don't know that because the owner and his son and nobody's talking. So we don't know what the hell happened inside SSL.
And you see, that's why I'm a firm believer that when the Minister of Finance came out and said that the FBI was involved in the investigation of SSL, I didn't quite believe him, because unlike Kroll, where they can compartmentalize Kroll and say, okay, we're paying you to do this. With the FBI, they're going to go wherever the evidence takes them. And so it would be foolhardy for them to say, bring the FBI, bring the whole team in and have them look at our finances, have them look at SSL and have them do their link charts and go wherever, these link charts will take them. It doesn't, because you can't bring the FBI and tell them that we're going to hamstrung you. You're only going to be looking at this. It doesn't work that way. And that's why I'm a firm believer that Kroll is doing exactly what it's been paid to do. Whereas the FBI would go wherever the investigation would take them. And so they're not there. What they're doing, the FBI, is the one FBI agent who's at the embassy, he's getting leads. He's just shagging leads for them. Telephone records, this, that, and so on and so forth. But there's no major FBI investigation going on. If there is, I'd really like to know about it. I'd like to see the press conference. I'd like to see their findings. But I don't think that's going to happen. Sorry to digress, but go ahead, gentlemen. And by the way, people are saying that they can't figure out two things. One, there's a friend of mine who's listening, a dear friend, a brother actually, who's listening right now. And he believes that SSL is at the center of everything that's going on. Because that was, he believes that SSL was like the feeding trough for everything, for all of these politicians. That's what he believes. And then the other thing is that people are commenting now because people cannot believe that the Jamaican government would have a majority stake in a company that's making hundreds of millions, and yet we got zero for a few years. And when we did get some money, it wasn't much. And we own the majority of this company. We own 51%. How does that happen?
Well, that's why I'm trying to get the information from the JBI, because when you see that it looks like the only payments we get, you said that 35 million, and it says from the bauxite levy and some royalties or something else. I'm thinking, well, you're not paying the levy, and we own 51%. So where is that money? And that's why the JBI should give this information up. But say we have a constitution that does not look after the people. That's just the fact of the matter. We need a new constitution. Whatever the CRC, whatever they put forward, the people just need to reject it, because it's not going to support the people. We're not going to have freedom of information. We're not going to know about anything about the IMF and all their agreements, are we? We're not going to know nothing about the World Bank. We're not going to know anything about any kind of deals with the Chinese. We don't know anything about bauxite. We don't know anything about all these hotels that are being built. And we know they're getting sweetness. There's no way they're paying the corporation tax they should be paying. And they can ship in food and not pay GCT and not pay customs duty. A little man has to pay it, but the big boys don't have to pay it. So all these things that we need to know, and we'll never know them, we'll never find them out if we don't have a constitution that makes all the information freely available to the people. Same thing with anything.
The key going forward, Doc, is for the Constitution to firmly establish that the power belongs to the people, that the power belongs to committees within Parliament whose job is to monitor, audit, and investigate where necessary all the areas that there's no transparency, and explain to the people of Jamaica what Mr. Rattigan is talking about. Where you own half a Noranda, the profit going out is enormous, but your share, you say zero. That man, that's more worse than voodoo.
Here's another fact for you. Here's another fact. I mean, I love my viewers because they keep me smart. I mean, they're sending stuff in. You know what I mean? This one is dated April 25th of April this year. It says Century Aluminum. You know, the British term is aluminium, but this one is Century Aluminum. Said on Tuesday it agreed to acquire a 55% ownership interest in Jamalco, a bauxite mining and alumina production joint venture in Jamaica, from Noble Group Holdings for $1.
$1, that's right, $1.
And then Noble Group was liquidated. What the hell is going on?
Exactly. What is going on? Why didn't we just pay the $1 for that, Jamal? That's right, because we own 49% of Jamalco. We have 51% of Noranda, and we have 49% of Jamalco. Yeah, so that 51% was just sold for $1.
They sold 55% for $1.
Yeah, why did we the people buy it for $1? Why didn't we buy it?
Why didn't we buy it on the whole thing? Something is
exactly
going
on.
You know that there's money went somewhere else. It's not $1.
Well.
Somewhere else. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello. Okay, that call didn't come.
See this, well, like how we're talking now. You see, if Usain Bolt was talking like this, the whole of Jamaica would kick up. Everybody would hear about it, wouldn't they? If Usain Bolt said, we're not getting any money for bauxite, my God, the people would be in the streets tomorrow. But because they'll say, just not disrespectfully, but we're just like, nobody's angry. We're nobody, really.
I understand. And that's why, because we don't have the presence, right? About Usain Bolt. Presence, the influence. What our influence will be with the foundation is to bring the lawsuits. That's where we can hold them accountable, because now they're going to have to pay and for representation. It's going to be a losing cause for them, and at the same time, we're going to be looking into their holdings, their personal holdings, because we're talking about forfeitures now, seizures. They're going to have to give that back to the Jamaican population. Caller, go ahead. Welcome.
Sir Ratty.
Yes, sir.
We have to call back. This one will go to Dr. Leonard.
Yes, he's waiting for your question.
Is he sure that he's not missing something on the record that we have sold our 51% in the bauxite industry?
For $1?
Yeah, they sold part of Jamaica for $1.
Tell him to check the record again to find out if he has missed that.
It was Century Aluminum. They bought 55% from Noble Group Holdings for $1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand how I hold 51% of the company. I can't make the money out of it.
Oh, you're talking about the other one. You're talking about is it Norin?
Bauxite.
Is it
Noranda.
Is it Noranda?
Yeah.
Noranda 51 in Jamaica, 55 or 51. something like that.
And the group that owns 49%, they're making all of the money, and then we get the zero.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, what John says was that this information is found on the Ministry of Finance's website.
I can't do herb. I don't pay bad news. All
right, take care of yourself.
Okay, I tell you, man.
It's unbelievable. People can't believe it.
Yeah.
But my problem is, Bill and Herb, is that I said we've got a section of St. Anne right now being destroyed, and they're just going to keep on doing that. Somehow we need to put a spanner in the works to stop it. Somehow we need to stop it, because when they go to court in November and all this information comes out, they're going to lose. But the people have already lost. We've already lost because they're destroying the land now. All the destruction. When you lose farmland like that, it's gone for generations. From millennia, it's gone. And our government at the moment is trying to make sure that we import more food. Saying you got today. I went to the market and I bought pineapple. It's $70 a pound. When I came to the country in 2013, it was $100 a pound, and today it was $70. 10 years later, $70, and I can tell you, minimum price of increase on fertilizer is triple, minimum triple fertilizer. Then you've got to talk about your workmen and all the rest of it. Farmers are not making any money. When I go to Clarendon, some of them just don't bother now. They just grow enough for themselves to support themselves. Why are you going to go and plant yam? Yam hill, that's my dad planted yams. It's a hard job. Digging a yam hill, you have to dig like 2 feet deep, 1 foot wide, then you have to go back and pull in your bamboo. It's a lot of work. And then you turn around and you want to give to somebody now $100 a pound for it, and $100 a pound 10 years ago.
You know what, John? You just call out. Stay on the line, please. Let me just make this point. You said something about farmers and whatnot. Let me just throw out a plug. Bobby Montague from St. Mary, MP, former minister. He just hydroponics. They just awarded 2 hydroponics machines. I'm searching for the term, but just there's 2 hydroponics machines to farmers in his constituency to start doing things with farming, right? No, that's commendable. Why isn't the government doing it on a wholesale basis? And don't forget that when we sold out the people of the Western Sahara, their autonomy to Morocco, and we got that 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith made a speech, and she said, we have a great relationship with the people of Morocco. They're going to help us with our farming, and we're going to help us with our techniques and all of that. Where have they helped us? Where have they helped us? I haven't seen anything coming in from Morocco to help the farmers of Jamaica. And I haven't seen any speeches from her saying that they're here and they're doing this and they're doing that. But we heard about the speech that they would be doing this and we're getting the fertilizer and so on and so forth. Again, it just goes to show that the government is short-sighted and the government is corrupt. That's what it's showing. You promise.
They're not short-sighted, yeah. They're not short-sighted. They don't care. They don't care. Difference between short-sighted. You can be short-sighted and care, and it's not being very good at your job. Not being good at your job. That's not their issue. They just don't care, and they're corrupt. They care only about themselves and family, and for foreign investors to get money. They don't care about the Jamaican people.
Right. Lawsuit for the fertilizer. Yeah, we're working on that. I hope them don't think that this has gone away, because we know that there are at least 190 pounds. There's at least 190 pounds of fertilizer. No, 190,000 pounds of fertilizer that's missing. And they send some to something called Orange Bay Research Center, and they said, "Oh, we don't know how much went there." So we know that, something fishy went on, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this. But caller, thank you for holding. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to you and your fellow panelists. I want to start by saying this: we need to have a conversation where we stop giving all these people who we put in power more credit than they deserve. At the bottom line of it, majority Jamaicans are between a rock and a hard place. If they go to the police station to make a report, it's not safe. If they do even make a report, when they make a report, the judges and the system would play with them based on if they are known. The case will get thrown out or dragged on. It's the same thing happening in every sector of our country. We sometimes said the Integrity Commission Indicom not doing anything. If we read the rules, none of them have any power to arrest. None of these people, all their statement has to be written by the police. The same thing comes with the body to investigate the Integrity Commission. We should not be saying, oh, we need a different body. It's a conflict of interest. A lot of the things should not fly. We should be nabbing corruption right on its head. And it's past the point where these people will listen to us. They will not listen. These people are so blatant where they say, oh, we have the police, we have the justice system, and we have the people who make the rules and the laws. Right. Have no conscience whatsoever. A lot of them in there, they are involved in things such as they import things to sell to the country, blatant conflict of interest. And none of these entities that we have the most investigative entities, but they cannot bring anybody in high society down because they are all sitting at the same table.
Okay. Point well taken, Carl. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, for the caller from my good friend from Jamaica who asked if it's true about the $1 sale, it's Century Aluminum. I want to say aluminium. Century Aluminum trades on the NASDAQ. So if you go to the NASDAQ, you can, I guess the information is there. And the $1 sale is actually true.
It's true.
So if you don't believe it, you can go ahead and look for yourself. Knowledge is power. Like I was saying, this farming thing, you know, where and I saw somebody they were saying some things about Bobby Montague. I don't know those things for a fact, so I'm not even going to speculate about what went on with him. What I do know for a fact is that the hydroponics, whatever you call it, equipment or whatever, it was delivered to his constituency and they're using it. If other politicians in the farm with farming communities in their constituency, if they would follow his lead, it would be a giant step in restoring farming as a worthwhile profession or livelihood in Jamaica. Because right now there is no point in being, especially a small-time farmer, because everything is being imported and it's cheaper than you could produce your produce for. So it doesn't make any sense. And what happened to all the promises that we got from Morocco? I don't see any of those promises being fulfilled or being delivered. I don't see them. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, I think we need to tell the people the hydroponic farming system are methods of growing plants without actually planting seeds in soil.
Right.
So it's a water-based system and water nutrients that they use to grow it. So it's like in a greenhouse, pretty much.
Okay, so it's not. Maurice is correcting me. It's hydroponics, not hydroponics. Hydroponics.
We do a lot of that in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is the second biggest. It's a tiny country like that. It's the second biggest exporter of food or agricultural products. The Netherlands, I think, it's got like about 11 million people, second behind America, and they have very, very smart agriculture. They use about 1/10 of the water that would be normally used in agriculture. That's what they use. Yeah. And when it comes to the land, they're lucky that they're blessed with a very flat land. So that makes things a lot easier. But there's some of the things without doubt that we can actually import and use here. I mentioned before about so we have solar powered irrigation systems. All our farmers suffer all the time from lack of water. So then we need to have, again, solar powered refrigeration, so people don't lose their produce. We can have our onions sitting around for months instead of them rotting all the time.
But if you remember, when in 2016, after the JLP won the election, the Prime Minister, Michael Lee Chen, and an entourage went to Israel. And part of that was for agriculture. What do we have to show for that visit?
Nothing. We had some Israelis here early in the year, actually, talking. I can't remember.
Doing agriculture. Those they're not doing agriculture. The Israelis that are there, they're not doing agriculture. They're doing something else.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, you mentioned the fertilizer, but it's coming like Petrojam, isn't it? Petrojam, the same thing. Where did that money go? 600,000 barrels of oil just disappeared. Yeah, disappeared.
Yeah.
Huh? Unbelievable that. Stinking crude oil just disappeared. Because we're not talking about petrol refined, we're talking about crude oil. And you know what they did? You couldn't believe it, man, watching the news. They decided to spend taxpayers' money to go and look out at the port to see if it was leaking somewhere. I'm sure we'd all know if oil was leaking because it'd all be flooded.
You'd see it in the harbor. You'd see it.
Yeah, but they spend taxpayers' money to have divers go out there to check. That's how they use taxpayers' money. Now, when it was on, it's quite strange actually, because when you live in Jamaica, you start to think more like Jamaicans, and you just don't think so logically anymore because you don't have any journalism. But my buddy was here, right, and his Petrojam was on, and I say, look at that man's, $45 million of, gone. We don't know where it's gone. And he said, he just looked at me and said, well, did it ever arrive on the island? And I said, what? He said, did it ever actually get to the island? And I thought, oh my God, have anybody ever checked the books to see if this oil appeared? Did we get the oil? Does anybody know if we got the oil? The Petrojam oil, did it ever turn up in Jamaica? Nobody's checked that out. From what my understanding, nobody's ever checked the books to find out if that 600,000 barrels of oil actually landed in Jamaica. And the odds are it didn't, because crude oil can't disappear. Crude oil can't disappear. It's got no use to anybody. Only got use to somebody who can actually refine it. It's got no use to me or you.
Right.
You can't do anything with it. It has to be refined. Yeah. So you just never got here by the looks of things. But it's not been investigated. Yeah, you can shake your head, Will. We're in deep trouble here. Deep trouble. So if you turn into MOCA and all these organizations that are supposed to be here to protect the people, and they don't. And then you've got the ones, you say the NIA, JAMP, they don't do anything either, because I've written to them and they don't do anything because the degree of corruption in the country. Jamaicans for Justice are no better. It's a terrible place.
You know what, a very dear caller, viewer, sent this in. How will we sustain hydroponics without water? And don't we have a water? And
solar powered.
And said it and doesn't it also include the use of lights and energy costs? Energy costs a lot. And then that other subject we'll leave for another time. The solar, right? We'll leave that for another time. But yeah, I don't know. We're in bad shape. We're in bad shape. Mismanagement, waste, fraud, abuse. That's the best way to describe how they're handling the public coffers. Mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The problem is Jamaicans don't read. They don't ask questions.
No.
For you to ask a question, you gotta read, right? And if you don't pick up the paper every day and you see exactly what is being said and ask questions, you're not in that mindset to question anybody because you have no interest in what's going on. And I cannot understand it, not for the life of me.
And this is the same government that started out in 2016 that said that we're going to solve the water crisis because we're going to build ponds. we're gonna build dams. Ask
They
them to
have.
build.
They
Ask
just,
them how many dams they build. Ask them if they even sift through more now. If they even sift through that. Ask them
We've got
what they-
underground water as well. We've got underground water that we should be checking out. There's lots of that, yeah. Again, it's a solar powered pumping.
very polluted though. The water, there's a water table underneath Kingston and St. Andrew, and they said that the water there is. It's
Okay,
very,
that's key, yeah, but it's not. Well, we've got water tables elsewhere, haven't we? Kingston isn't the only. Isn't Jamaica? I remember. Here we've got Carrie. Yeah.
well, Doc, I think they give that story so that they can sell that to the Chinese. You know, we're selling a lot of water.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right, because he's trying to sell this idea about building a pond in the Blue Mountains and then using gravity, it'd be gravity fed. And then with gravity fed, then it will generate electricity.
right.
And poppycock, it's never going to happen. That will cost billions. He's not going to do it. He's never going to do that.
I stopped you about maybe 45 minutes ago. You were on the point about the Chinese. Before we wrap up, because we have about a half hour left, you want to talk? You want to speak to that about the Chinese investment and what they're doing compared to the IMF, World Bank, US, Canada, so on and so forth?
Yeah. Well, wherever there are shortcomings in our budget to cover infrastructure items, we simply cut a deal with the Chinese. Chinese will do it, but then we'll give away all this land to the Chinese for taking care of our shortcomings for within the infrastructure, right? So if you look at what's going on right now, I'm still wondering, and I don't know, Doc, if you look into this, is Vernon Field officially taken over yet by the Chinese?
I don't know.
That was a part of the deal. They were going to move the Chinese into Vernon Field after the Goat Island deal fell through, and then they were going to give them some waterfront, about 600 acres, in Clarendon, right? That's roundabout where that plane landed, and the people, and then they took off. The fact of the matter is, China is carrying the big ticket items right now with our state roads, our major highways. They've taken care of that. So Jamaicans don't have to complain anymore because they can get around the island. The fact of the matter is, traveling inside intra-island roadways are just bad. And they will have to cut another deal for the Chinese to take care of all of that. That is a part of the IMF telling them they can't fix the roads, and the bridges fall into the rivers, and they can't replace those bridges either. All of this stuff is what they probably need help from the Chinese taking care of. But your MP in Waterhouse gave a brilliant presentation when he says that Jamaica is going to be the 4th largest logistics hub in the world, and I haven't seen it happen yet. He probably said that maybe 15 years or so ago.
I remember when he was in charge of I remember when he was in charge of portfolio.
Right. And right now the Chinese are just putting the finishing touches, I guess, on that Eastern Highway coming around into Kingston, and they're supposed to do one from the Maypen going all the way back over to Westmoreland, right, to complete the highway encircling Jamaica, right? So if you note, that's how the Chinese are getting paid. They're gonna own more of Jamaica, and to me, right now, since they have the properties on either side of the north-south highway, all China got to do is put up a flag and say this is China. And you have two Jamaica. You have Jamaica West and Jamaica East.
You know,
and you can cross over.
It's funny you say that, because if you look at it, and it's kind of simplistic, but if you look at it from the perspective that the multinationals and the colonial powers, they didn't really want to own Jamaica. They just wanted to take the natural resources, right?
Right.
But the Chinese, they want to own Jamaica.
Yeah.
Because they give you terms. They give you terms that you won't be able to make those payments, and so you have to give up land and give up land and give up land. And like you said, pretty soon they'll put up a flag and say this is ours, and they've done it. If people think that it's fanciful, it will never happen. It happened in Africa. It happened already, where certain countries had to give up their ports and all that stuff because they couldn't make the payments.
Yeah, and that's the key word. If you fail to pay, they're going to take something, and hopefully we won't have a divided Jamaica, because then you have a decision to make. Do you want to go live out west, or if you want to live in the east?
Sometimes you have to take serious thing and just laugh.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to. But the U.S. is concerned with China's progress, not just in Jamaica. Now that China has established a military base in Cuba, or is about to, and they're going to put a lot of money into Cuba, they're worried about that. And I know China has got to see Haiti as a low-hanging fruit as well. So that is going to pop up sooner or later. But right now, it's Cuba. They will have a military base in Cuba. And you could call Vernon Field in Jamaica a military base as well. It's an old U.S. Air Force base.
Mm-hmm.
So if China had that and they're flying in large carriers with their logistic stuff, then they're going to house all of that in the warehouses up and down the north-south highway on either side. So they have just-in-time inventories to move it up into North America, the U.S. and Canada. Right? So the whole thing is mapped out already. And Jamaica is going to be a big key, but China is going to have to have its security real tight around Jamaica, because them say, the milk will disappear out of coffee in Jamaica. Right. So the Chinese, they're going to be undermined. I'm willing to bet you.
You know what, Herb? Some of the people advocating for Jamaica on the international level, meaning the advisors and the decision makers, they're all bright people, but they're bright academically. They don't have the experience. Because I wouldn't pretend to have anywhere near what some of these people have accomplished in terms of academics. But the one thing I can tell you, that what I lack in academics, I make up for in experience. And I've actually sat at the table representing the US government. And I've seen how deals are made. And the deals that I see Jamaica making with the US, with China, with all these other people, I wonder if they have any experience. I don't question their academic credibility or achievement. I don't question that. But I question their experience, the acumen to sit there and understand the person across the table from you and what they want and what you want. A teacher told me once in law school, saying that anyone can be bought. You just have to know the person's price. These people there negotiating for Jamaica, they don't know what the other person's price is. So they're giving away the store. They're giving away Jamaica for pennies. And at the end of the day, you know what's going to happen, all you people out here listening to me in Jamaica? At the end of the day, they are going to run. They're going to end up in Miami. They're going to end up in Canada. They're going to end up someplace else. And you know who's going to be left holding the bag? You. You people here will be left holding the bag. You and your children and your grandchildren will be left holding the bag.
And their children.
Yeah. You'll be left holding the bag. So again, time to wake up. We've been sleeping and slumbering for far too long. Time to wake up and start becoming educated, started becoming mature about your voting decisions. We have about a little less than a half hour to go. Hold on one second. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome.
Hey, so you're here talking and it hurts so bad. So when I moved back in 2013, this is Nicole, by the way, this is Nicole.
Nicole,
when I moved
how
back,
are you? Welcome.
I'm good. So I moved back in 2012, the end of 2012. My first time moving back. I gave you a backstory to that last week when we spoke after. And when I moved back in 2012, I moved back to Lucy. And everywhere I was appalled by how much everything has been sold out, and it was all taken up by the Chinese. There was one particular person I grew up with, and he had a store in Lucy. They were trying to get the business to buy. The Chinese don't wanted to buy his place out, and they told him that they were going to put a hit on him, but he didn't believe it. Lo and behold, a hit was put on him, and he died. He nearly died had it not been for that neighbor that heard the commotion. And I don't know how we're so stupid, because there's no way anybody could give me, I don't care what amount of money, to kill my own people. But here's the other argument to it. I don't know if you remember back in Manly days where the Chinese were all in Jamaica and they all had to run and leave their property.
Yeah.
It basically was expelled, in so many words. It's getting to that point now where Jamaicans are getting fed up. That's why you see that they're starting to take stuff to them. You notice that Chinese are getting robbed, Chinese are getting killed. So to me, we have to learn history. And I don't think that people coming into Jamaica, we're the kind of people that we will let you come in for a second and we'll tolerate you for a second. And we all, most of the time, buy into your BS. But whenever we get fed up, we just don't tell you to leave. We make you leave with a way that you don't want to leave.
Explain.
And it's because the killing and all of that stuff, the robbing, you see it happened in a place called Orange Bay in Hanover, like going towards the grill, where they just walked in and that person got killed in Orange Bay. I think this was back in last year. So, you know, I don't think that they have fully learned history and realized that Jamaican is a set of people that they at some point will get fed up of, and then you have to leave. And it's sad that, like you said, yes, they're always the government or the people, the rich, more privileged, that run out and leave everybody else to hold the bag. That's the sad part. But I'm wondering this time, will the poor even be there to hold the bag? Because the poor are getting fed up and everybody is heading for Mexico border or finding some way how to get out of Jamaica, whether legal or illegal.
All right.
So that I feel for, but I think if it continues, you know, as much as people will say, somebody's saying they'll weapon up, I don't think they're weapon up to, they don't know the land. And the thing is, just like the Maroons know the hills, and we can't go up in the hills and mess with the Maroons because they know it better than the rest of the people. That's the same thing.
Okay.
They could come to Jamaica with a lot of weapons, but they have to be able to know everywhere in Jamaica, know the hills, know the valleys.
Well, here's the thing, Nicole. I think first, you know, before we start holding the Chinese accountable, I think we have to hold the government accountable.
Oh yes, we have to.
We're not doing it. Yeah, we're not doing it because you know what? They're driving fear into the people. When you start criticizing the prime minister, and the next day you're standing in front of a camera in a police station and told what to say, that's a sad day for fundamental freedom. And you find out that people are just, and I don't want to make excuse for the media in Jamaica, because we have examples of them being influenced by the government, but people are very mindful nowadays about what they say about the government. You know, they're very, very mindful. It's almost like they're fearful. So,
so you know what? In you saying this, when I moved back there, I was a piranha on many levels.
Okay.
And like I told you the other day, that there was 10 of us that went back. There's only 2 left, and we were like a constant piranha. When I left back in 2014, my dad was happy that I left, because he, you know, it was, my dad said he think that me staying there, I would be dead. But we have to get to a point where we don't fear deaths. Because if I die tomorrow morning knowing that I did the right thing and I'm on the right side of history, then I don't care. If I'm doing the legal and the right thing that is best for my country. My grandmother told me that no cost where they come from, cost where they go. So I always remember that. So, you know, and people need to, and the thing I don't like about the Jamaicans living there, and majority of them, oh, me can't do nothing, me can't say nothing, me not gonna make a difference. But you're willing for other people to come and fight for it, and then you reap the benefits. And I tell them all the time, I'm not gonna let you reap the benefit of me, because even where I lived, people would not call about when garbage wasn't being picked up. The garbage come this week and don't come, and then they come to complain to me. Can you call about the garbage not being picked up because they're gonna come as soon as you call? No, you all can call. Show proof to me that you're willing to put put grease into it. When you're greasing something and you're willing to grease the wheels and do what you need to do, I will come and help you grease them damn wheels. But I'm not willing, and all of us have to say, people are sick and tired of coming down there and rescuing everybody that lives down there.
Okay.
People outside. You also need to fight. It's your land. It's your land. We can't come down there every time I'm ready to hold a bullet for you. You have to be willing to hold it for yourself.
Right. Right.
And I guess a lot of us diaspora people, I know for me, I get so sick and tired of when they come down there with their bull crap. You know, I tell them, listen, man, if I'm going to fight for this, you're going to fight for it. Like I went down there fighting for roads around where I live and said the road, because my family used to pay to pave the road. And I told my dad, enough is enough. We're not paying for this no more. Right. And everybody's like, oh, you know, and I said, no, everybody going to come and you're going to hold a wheelbarrow. You're going to meet me down at the parish council at X time. You don't show up, I ain't saying nothing.
All right. Well, listen, Nicole, thanks for the call, as usual.
Yes.
You know, you express your point very well.
You have to push though for more people to get skin in the game.
Well, all right, they will. Once we get the foundation up and running, and I'm sure you're gonna put some skin in that game too.
Oh yes, you know I'm ready for that.
All right, well look, we only have a few minutes left, so we're gonna run now. So we'll talk next week.
Okay, all righty.
Take care of yourself. All right, bye bye.
All right, bye bye.
Yeah.
And I hear her point about this thing she's observed when she came back. And Daka, just looking back at one point you are making when you come back about the schools paying too much money for electricity and all the schools are going broke, right? So let me ask you this. If it's no secret now to the rest of Jamaica why schools can't support the kids in the various school zones, why can't they invest in the solar power, put those things up, and produce the needed power, not just for the schools, but for the entire community around the schools?
No, I said, Will, can you send that video to Herb, the one from the WF? All right, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, because in America, there's some of the states are taking their schools off the grid. And in Arkansas, one school came off the grid and created a big solar farm. And that county was $250,000 in debt. 3 years later, they were 1.8 in the black just by doing that. Yeah. So you imagine your big schools like your Clarendon College and your Cornwall College behind me, all that land that they have. You put in a proper solar farm there, then you can supply all of the poor people around you, and you can be earning income at the same time. The thing is, again, that back in 2019, the UN got together with some of the best legal minds when it comes to education, and they put together this document called the Abidjan Principles. Abidjan is the capital of Ivory Coast, I think it is. And so that's where they met, and that's why the name comes from, Abidjan Principles. and it's got 10 points to it. Overarching principles, 10. 3 of them Jamaica violates. One of them is that a government is obligated to fund education to the best of its ability. And that will mean, even if it means changing legislation, it has to do that to fund education. That is actual law across the planet. The government doesn't, solar, that means that the government is actually redirecting money from education to JPS. So it's wrong. So that automatically that should stop, because that's unlawful. I've taken this and I mentioned this to Jamaicans for Justice, and they won't do anything about it. According to them, the government does enough. That's where we are. That is the country I'm in. When you turn, yeah, right. I'm not a legal mind, but I've dug around legal papers to find this out. Then you supply these people who don't know about it. Remember, they're legal people. And then they turn around and won't even, after I brought this up, they stopped responding to me because they won't have anything to do with it. When it comes to energy in this country, mining, the debt, there's certain things are taboo. And they avoid them like the plague. They avoid it like the plague.
That's god awful. I mean, if you are for the people, where are all the representatives in the house? Where are the parish councils?
Yeah.
Why are these people not looking at viable means to produce electricity and to allow the schools to like you say, eventually make a profit?
They're not interested. Education, we said education for them, the education system we have is good for them because what does it do? At best, it produces call center workers. Yeah. And then it produces, we have a big pool of workers here who are ready to go off to America to pick their fruit. That's what we produce. That's why our education system produces workers for your hotels. That's what we produce. And they're happy with that situation. They're not going to change it. The things like say,
what do we know? Do we have any idea what the profits to JPS, what percentage remains in Jamaica?
Oh, I
goes through the government or
I don't know. But remember, JPS is 20% owned by the people. So yeah, yeah.
We know about 51% owned also.
Right, yeah.
And $0 profit.
Yeah.
Right? So 20%, I don't know. Maybe we owe JPS some more money. That's why we keep allowing to jack things up.
Yeah, it looks like for me, part of the government's business is keeping JPS profitable. We should we should never have transitioned to LNG, and we should have look at rural areas. The government has a 3-year rural electrification program. It's 2023. You can't have people telling people in the countryside in 3 years' time you're going to get electricity. Not when you can go and put in a few solar panels for them. It's beyond the joke. The government should do its job and look after the people, not look after JPS. If JPS doesn't want to put in the solar panels, then we the people will put it in for the people then. And then they complain about the government.
I thought there was another power company in Jamaica that was competing with JPS. Is there?
Pardon me?
Isn't there another power company in Jamaica that competes with JPS?
I think you're going mad, aren't you? Where did you hear that?
Hold on 1 second.
No, there isn't. There's no other company that could compete with JPS. Furthermore, the company that had JPS at one time was it was part of Georgia Power, Myrant. Then they went over. I think I'm not sure if it's owned now by. Is it still owned by a Japanese company? I'm not even sure.
I think it's South Korean. I think it's South Korean.
Okay. So, but the amount of profit. So I looked into solar because I'm getting ready. I was getting ready to put my house in solar, my parents' house in solar, and when I looked into it, tying back into there, they're giving you pennies on the dollar. It was a couple of cents, like 3 cents. This was a couple of years back. I don't know if they have gone up with it. So to tie into the grid because I'd have overage. Now, that same thing that I'm giving 3 cents, they're giving me 3 cents, 3 pennies Jamaican, not 3 cent US or whatever. And then they were going to be selling it for I forgot how much the therm is. I can look at my latest JPS bill because I have a JPS bill. But they're selling it. So I said to them, in my community that I live in, I was willing to start giving, power to my neighbors. Under the law of Jamaica, they told me if I did that, it's illegal. It's illegal for me to give power to my neighbor from my solar system. Right?
Electricity.
I realized that I would totally have to go off grid and not do a tie-in. And the reason why I wanted to do tie-in was just in case, like, say for instance, anything fail, there's coverage because my dad used medical machines that he needs to sleep at night. So I just wanted to do a tie-in just to cover when my dad is there. But they said it's illegal if I give free power, not even sell to my neighbor, free power. Now he's talking about the schools. As far as the schools, listen, it is so easy to make a solar panel, okay? It's easy. All the high schools in Jamaica should have a course that teaches how to make a solar panel. And then they could sell back the solar panel, like he said, back to the community at basically a little markup. So therefore, kids that cannot afford to go to school, they could cover education. We could basically make the school where the school doesn't have to buy into waiting on the government to give them what is rightly ours. JPS, we've been begging. I have begged. I have lobbied before to get another company in Jamaica other than JPS. And the way how it's set up, it's for no other company to come in. But none of the profits, as you asked earlier, how much of the profit? None of the profit. JPS is one of the only country in the West, the only company that provides electricity in the Western Hemisphere that has such high profitability. It's more than the ones even in the US. They're making more money off in Jamaica than any other place. My rent at that time was making more money in Jamaica than they were making here in Georgia. Yeah,
you just look at the telecommunications company. They're making more money in Jamaica than they make in their home countries. So, Anyway, you have a question, Nicole? Because we're going to have to wrap this up.
No, I just wanted to make that statement that the high school can easily, like he said, can easily make solar panels where they can redistribute and everybody could have electricity, especially people in rural area where there is not electricity right now. So there's no way that we cannot make that. Everything, like he said, is for call center. We are more than call center. Not because I'm Jamaican, but I'm going to say this. We are the smartest people I have ever bumped into in the world. And it's not because I'm Jamaican.
Right.
I'm going to say that. So we can easily make them solar panels in Jamaica without importing them into Jamaica and then we could start to export them to other countries.
All right. Well, look, let's leave it there. We just run and ask them a question that I saw popped up. That just popped up in the chat room.
Yeah.
So we'll talk soon. All right. Bye-bye. This is for both of you, gentlemen. Somebody just asked, based on everything that they've heard today, they said it's depressing. And is there any hope for Jamaica? And if there is, what does it look like? Let's start with you, John.
Well, I live here. I think there's hope. But we'd have to have... we have to get rid of the JLP and PMP. That's the first thing. I don't think we can't get anywhere with these two
what does
parties.
it look like, though? Because it's unlikely to happen. It's unlikely that we're going to get rid of both political parties. So what's going to happen?
We can get rid. Then we have another party we have independence. Sorry to interrupt. We have independence standing, but we can't continue with this Westminster system of governance. It's not working for us. It's not working. Everything that's bad in Jamaica is because of the system of governance, lack of governance that we have. He said, nothing's transparent. All these deals that I have talked about, we don't know what's signed up with the IMF and the World Bank and the loans, whatever. He said we can't build bridges, we can't build roads, we can't do anything because of these organizations. How can that be right for a sovereign country? How can you turn the needs of your people? The needs of your people, you can just ignore it. Just because you signed up to certain agreements with them, agreements that are detrimental. They're detrimental. How can you save money instead of building roads?
So where's the hope? Where's the hope?
Where's the hope? Well, I'm in a...
Hold on 1 second. This is the last call we're going to take because we only have 6 minutes left. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good day, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
I'm fantastic, sir. I'd like to speak to you a bit, but off air.
Oh, I know this voice. Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. Be well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. Let me just turn the phone off. So, yeah, but where's the hope? Where's the hope?
Well, there are people now, and I know I'm in part of a movement called Up Jamaica, and they have ideas about trying to get independents together to sit in to stand in elections, and I think that's one way forward.
So
but we can't.
That's a third party.
It's not a party at the moment. Will it get registered? I don't know. But these are the discussions. And I know there's another group called LANS. I can't remember what they stand for. They're having discussions. People are fed up. And we have to have change. I mean, the next election, what we're going to have, 35% of the people voting. Personally, if I would be telling the people, look, enough is enough and we need to protest. We take to the streets and we protest. But I mean, a national day of protest. Not your couple of people around the corner doing it. National day. So that means that the airports will be shut down. When the cruise liners come in, they have nowhere to go because the roads are blocked. That's why I'm talking about mass movement to get the government to talk to the people. We have to stop this process of the constitutional reform. We have to stop it because what they want to introduce will not help us. We've seen the projections for bauxite, so we know that they're going to continue with the bauxite, giving it away. That's not going to change. We know what's going to happen with tourism. They're still going to build the big hotels and destroy it. Yeah, nothing going to change. Go on, Will. Sorry.
Somebody just said the hope is Hope Gardens.
I didn't catch that.
Look, what you're telling me, right? It still sounds bleak. It still sounds bleak. It sounds like there's nothing that's going to happen right now in terms of hope and true prosperity for the people of Jamaica. Because as you're saying, if we keep these two parties in power, nothing's really going to change. But to have them replaced, it's not something that's going to happen overnight.
No, it's not.
Therein lies the problem. Well, I tell you what, let me leave it right there with you because I'm going to have you back on because we have just bauxite only. We still have like 2 months to go. I hope I'm not taking too much of your weekends, but you can.
No, you're not. Jamaica's more important. Well, Jamaica's more important.
Yeah, I look at things with a hope for the future that our politicians are going to wake up one morning and they're going to they're going to hear the anthem playing in one of these stations coming online. They're going to look at the flag and they're going to think to themselves, what have I been doing for this country? Why is this country slipping away through our fingers? And something is going to hit them and they're going to become patriotic, right? I cannot imagine the diaspora being the ones that are feeling patriotic, that are fed up with the lies, fed up with the lack of transparency, fed up of everything that could possibly go wrong. And we're just watching things slip away and say, these are the people we left in charge when we flew out of the country. What a hell of a mistake we made, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can understand now why zealots who live overseas return to their country with a invader force and just take over the government, right? Because it wouldn't take much to do that in Jamaica, but I wouldn't even encourage that. The bottom line is people need to rally and they need to tell the government by protesting every day, we don't like the direction you're going in and you need to change, right? I have faith in people. And those are the ones that have to make it happen. The folks who live there. You have 3 million living there, and we got about 2-3 million outside. 2-3 million outside, I don't expect to move back anytime soon. But the 3 million living there with the remittances that we send back, and with the fact that we do support them, they need to rise up and they need to protest every single day until the government decides they're gonna straighten up and do right by them. That's the only way I know.
All right. Well,
people power.
Let me just say, I just want to thank Miss Anne-Marie Kaur for her discussion with us today about the children. Very important topic. And we hope to have her back soon. And also you, Doc, John. Yeah, I mean, we're getting smarter every time we talk to you because you're pointing us in the right direction. You're raising the right questions, and we can see it in the chat room. It's generating a lot of interest in what can we do. So now people have the mindset is slowly moving from what are the issues to how can we address those issues? How can we make them right? And I think that's where we are right now. So we're gonna have to come up with a whole bunch of solutions, and then from those solutions we have to decide which ones are the most viable, and then go down that road. I just seem to think that filing the lawsuits, doing the PR work, and doing the background, it's a start. It's not going to cure everything, but at least once people know that you're looking over their shoulders and you're dragging them before court and you're presenting credible evidence, I think that will do something in terms of reducing the level of corruption, and so that some of those monies that siphoned off, filtered off into somebody's pocket overseas or in Jamaica, it can go to the original intended use, which is to take care of our people, take care of our community, and to take care of our country, so that we can once again look at Jamaica as that example of democracy, of hope, of future, and even prosperity. I'll say that word, even though it's become political now. So again, I want to thank both of you for being here, and I thank all of the people who texted me, the people who called in, the people who watched the program. Please tell your family, tell your friends. We'll be back next week, same time, same place. We'll have the doctor again. We're going to touch a different topic next week. And we may have another guest, may or may not, because depending on the time, because the doctor alone, as you can tell, one topic, several hours, and it's worth the time. Very interesting. And gentlemen, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And all of the listening and viewing audience, take care, be well. See you next week, same time, same place.
Thanks, Will. Bye-bye.
It's a pleasure, Doc. Take care.